Well, good morning. I'm going to ask the last stragglers to sit down. And of course, it's Jill Callister, but you know, last stragglers. Welcome to One Door Mental Health Symposium for 2024. I am Kathi Boorman. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for One Door Mental Health. I'd like to acknowledge that we are sitting on the beautiful Darug country and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. And we will do a proper welcome very, very soon. On behalf of One Door Mental Health and Mind Australia, I'd like to welcome you to our symposium, which is being held, if you didn't know, this week is Schizophrenia Awareness Week. And if there's not a more apt time for us to be thinking about really demystifying what schizophrenia is about, then this week, this year is very much pertinent for us all. On Friday is World Schizophrenia Awareness Day, May 24. It comes around every year. Sometimes we are very lucky here to have our symposium fall on the same day. And this day serves as a powerful reminder of our collective commitment to understanding, supporting and advocating for individuals living with schizophrenia, as well as their families and their loved ones. And the most beautiful part I always feel as I come away from the symposium every year is that sitting in this room are families and people living with schizophrenia who I learn from every year. And I want to thank you for you being here. You are our very special guests. Schizophrenia is a complex and often misunderstood mental health condition that affects millions of people worldwide. However, we know that with the right support and understanding and access to quality healthcare, community support, people with schizophrenia can live meaningful and fulfilling lives. We gather today to raise awareness about schizophrenia, to eliminate stigma, and to foster a community that embraces empathy, education, and inclusivity. By joining hands and hearts, we can create a society where everyone affected by this condition is treated with dignity, with compassion and respect. So let us celebrate the remarkable resilience of individuals, people, carers, supporting people living with schizophrenia, and that who inspire us with their courage and determination in the face of immense challenges. Our symposium in 2024 is themed From Discovery to Impact, collaborating for new and innovative ways. And today, what we're hoping for, it'll provide a platform for those we support, including leading advocates, researchers, practitioners, and the most important people are those who are living with it every day. Through engaging discussions and group sessions, we hope to encourage and participate and highlight the importance of our collective efforts in meaningful and achieving meaningful change. I want to thank you for being here today and your commitment to making a difference. And I hope that today we can create a brighter future for those living with schizophrenia. Not that they're here yet, but I would like to welcome our special guests here today, Honourable Rose Jackson, Member of Parliament, and the Member for Parramatta Temporary Speaker, Donna Davis, who will be joining us here. For those of you who've joined us online, welcome. Can't see you. You're looking beautiful today. I very much want to thank everyone who's come. I know my Mind colleagues have flown far from Melbourne. I'm wondering if we have anyone who's even longer in terms of kilometres. Anyone longer than Melbourne? You today? Where? Griffith? Not sure if that's as far. It could be as a car drive, but I want to thank you all for coming here today. Last year, we did quite a wonderful event and we looked at the impact that the NDIS review was coming up. We know that we made a significant report to the review team around that, and it was wonderful that this symposium made a dent into what that review came out. And we know that we are still waiting to see what will be very much implemented from that review. Now, I just want to remind you all of a few housekeepings, and then I'll bring Auntie Julie up. We'll be having recordings of today, so you'll be able to go back and reflect on that, which will be on our Facebook page later. We have two wonderful photographers, some good-looking men wandering around and taking photos. So if you want to have your photo, if you don't, please let us know, and that's fine. The bathroom facilities are out that way if you haven't already found them. And if in the event of an emergency, please just listen to the hotel staff who will be around. We all have those wonderful digital devices sitting either in our pockets, in our handbags, on our person. Can I just ask that you put them on silent? And maybe we could even try something a bit of an experiment. Maybe we could put them away and off and be present today. That's what I say to my children every day. Never works. Morning tea break will be at around 10:30 and lunch will be around 12:20. Please visit the stalls that are out the back there. Learn about our One Door Mental Health Fellowship. We've also got Way Ahead here, Mind Australia and Being Mental Health as well. So it'd be wonderful if you can join them. We will be taking questions at the end of each speaker. This is the stuff I love. Being able to drill them or being able to talk. Anyway, it's not really drilling, it's a lot of fun. And so I will be sitting on stage. We will be having Slido working in the background and we'll talk you through the technology soon. But it will also be a way of just dialoguing and asking those questions. We may not get to all of them, but we will try our best. If you are asking a question today, I just ask that we try and make it a question. There will be lots of commentary, I'm sure. And that would be the things that I'd encourage you to talk to each other about. As I said, we'll be using Slido throughout the day. So my techie people will be onto that and we'll be able to talk you through that. And you will notice that there's a QR code, and I'll reference this later, in the back of your program for your name badges. And we would appreciate that you use them during the day. But before we get going, as we should always, I just had a wonderful conversation with Auntie Julie Webb, and she's a proud Darug woman, a traditional custodian and knowledge keeper from multiple fresh and saltwater clans. She works as an advocate, educator, consultant, artist and mentor, and her passion lies with her people and the sharing of her knowledge and skills with all who are leading her space. And she also has a lived experience and speaks from her heart about mental health. So I welcome Auntie Julie Webb to give the welcome to country.
Thank you very much, Kathi. I would like to begin the morning by paying my respects to my ancestors and to elders past and present, and acknowledge that they never ceded the beautiful lands that we gather on today. I would also like to extend that respect and knowledge to First Nations people here in the room and all your ancestors from the various places that you might come here from. So with that said, Warami, Walamabami, Garambarak Darag Nurawa, Budurina Dunya, Baramara Bemu, Burabadu, Ugadagarang, Dia Giada Julie, Ingayingara Gadagarang, Ubadu Daragudien, Naya Nurawa, Wayangara, Biangara, Jinamagang, Ugumang. Daragyora Yenmala, Buria, Yudangara Gunyulungalung, Didrigo, Yanajanawi, Bubulingami. So welcome. Wherever you have come from to be here on Darug country, it's good to see us all gathering under Parramatta land, skies and waters. My name is Julie. I am a very proud saltwater, freshwater woman from the Darug speaking people, and this is my country, the country of my mother, father, grandfathers, grandmothers, and my ancestors that have walked this country since time began. Darug people are still here. We may look different, but we are here and we still take our custodianship of this country and all who visit and live on our country seriously. So it's very grounding for me to actually be able to be here today to welcome you to country, and very humbling for me. As Kathi mentioned before, I do have a lived experience with the mental health merry-go-round. I am a survivor of a suicide attempt, so it was quite a journey and an intense journey for me to find my well-being and my health again. It was a long journey, it was a complicated journey, it was full of tears and screaming and tantrums and all those things that come along with never quite, feeling heard or never quite feeling understood. I just want to acknowledge this beautiful country that we're on, though, because it plays such a big part of who I am. And traditionally, Darug country stretches from just over the mountain into the harbour, from out at the Hawkesbury down to the back of Appin and Picton. It's big country and it's traumatised country. And with traumatised country due to colonisation, we have communities, both Darug and non-Darug First Nations people, who carry trauma on our country. I've also had family members who were institutionalised in Cumberland when it was considered to be, you know, the mental institution, the place where crazy people went. And it was a very traumatic experience for our family. But practices back then were horrendous. And my cousin had the horrible experience of being impregnated by a staff member in that place, and then having an abortion performed and a sterilisation done with her mother's consent, but not with her consent, which absolutely changed who she was and triggered so much of her issues that, you know, she went on to further live with and ended up taking her life. So we have quite an experience with the mental health thing, and you know, it's probably guided why I go on to do what I do. I'm also a part of a group called Darug Strategic Management Group. We are a strategic land management and acquisition group that has developed into something much, much bigger. We actually hold the title to the deeds of the land, which was the Blacktown Native Institution site, where it was moved to from the Parramatta Native Institute site in, you know, out near where the courthouse is now. So being on that place and being in that space has helped shape what we do and our practices and our cultural practices, and helped us understand that holistic care is the only way to completely be able to offer, you know, that complete journey of healing, especially for First Nation people. So DSMG humbly develops activities, and we commemorate and heal the site's colonial history and the community's traumas. We recognise and celebrate her much longer Darug history, and we provide programs that will foster her ongoing place in Darug, future and present, and that of the wider community, their spiritual well-being, their mental well-being, and their physical well-being. So we support and encourage Bayala talk or yarns around the topics that you will have today. We support collaboration on new innovation and ways to care. But we also encourage going back to what we know impacts and heals in ways that other things cannot. And that is to embrace, connect, and breathe in country, and the resilience and strength and the spirit of elders and ancestors, our land, skies, and waters, as part of an integral part of holistic modern practice. So we wish you enlightening yarns and conversations today. We wish you the very best outcomes for your clients, and for those of you who are on the mental health journey, I just wish you nothing but recovery and love. And so on behalf of the Darug people and the Parramatta clan especially, for those that have good hearts and good intent and spirit, we wish you a very, very warm welcome to country, and extend our love and gratitude for the journeys that you walk. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Annie Julie. And I look forward to having more dialogue later. If I'd also like to welcome up to the stage Daniela Thorner, who is a carer advocate here on One Door Mental Health. She's going to be giving our acknowledgement of lived experience. One Door Mental Health is the proud provider of running family and care and mental health services across New South Wales. She is a carer and a carer advocate. Please come and give lived experience acknowledgement. Thanks, Daniela.
Thank you, Kathi. Hello, my name is Daniela and I'm a carer advocate at One Door Mental Health, and a proud mother and carer for a person with lived experience of mental health challenges. 7 years ago, experiencing vicarious trauma and carer's fatigue, I was referred to One Door for supports. I was grieving in response to my son's diagnosis of schizophrenia. I was stuck in moving forward and felt a deep loss. One Door helped me get back on my feet. Today I work for One Door, supporting carers facing the challenges I faced, feeling the emotions I felt, and searching for the hope I was seeking. One Door Mental Health recognises that people are neurologically diverse and have a unique understanding of mental health and wellbeing, and how these concepts relate to our own lives, experience and the recovery journey. On behalf of One Door, I would like to acknowledge all people with lived experience of mental illness as we work together towards a world in which people with mental illness are valued and treated as equal. We also acknowledge and value our team and partners present for your commitment and contribution to our organisation. Your hard work and dedication help us to achieve our purpose and make positive difference for the people we support. Thank you.
Wonderful. We are about to have Minister Honourable Rheza Jackson, who's joined us, which is wonderful. But before we do, there was one thing that everybody said to us last year we didn't get the chance to do, which was just introduce, minor thing, but just introduce yourself on the tables. So we have a minute just to say who you are. So I'll hopefully hear a lot of dialogue, so go for it. Thanks, I forget. Wonderful. Fantastic. If I could have your attention. Isn't it great that we can talk? Isn't it great that we can share? Can I encourage you during the day to meet people that you don't know? Go up, have a chat. Ask them the question about what are you hoping to discover from today? Connect with each other. There is such a beautiful part. I spent some time in Japan in the school holidays with my kids, and my kids were always going on at me, why are you talking to these people you don't know? And I go, well, this is how we have connection as people. So it's really important. So I'd like to bring up to the stage the Honourable Rheza Jackson, who's the Minister for Water, Housing, Homelessness, Mental Health, Youth and North Coast. And somewhere in amongst it all, I'm assuming she has a life in amongst all those portfolios. She's a fierce advocate for climate action, criminal justice reform and addressing housing affordability and homelessness. With over 15 years as a Labor member, she believes in amplifying the voices of young women, working parents and those with energy and ideas for the future in Parliament. Her values centre around social justice, equality and democracy. Her activism began in high school, protesting against racism and later leading campaigns for women's rights at the University of Sydney. Please welcome up the Honourable Rheza Jackson. Now, if you've ever watched the Symposium, we do something a bit different for each speaker.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so you're the first one off the ring. So sorry about that, but it's okay because I go first. So one of the things we do at One Door Mental Health at the beginning of a meeting is called a check-in question. And what normally happens is we go around, we ask a question, everybody has the voice to answer this. So if you're a speaker in the room, you've got a bit of a chance to think of your answer. Unfortunately, the minister doesn't, but I'll go first. So the question we're going to ask you today is, what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today? Now, while you're thinking of your question, my answer, because I should go as well, is I had a love of animals, even though my parents didn't give me animals when I was younger. I had a little bird called Ralph, who I thought was a male, then found out it was a female. And, you know, my 12-year-old thinks it's quite a funny thing. Now I have 2 dogs, a rat named Ashley, who I love, but also recently was given a sloth. And I'm going to show you the sloth. Now I have a lovely, and Esmeralda. And I follow Esmeralda on my iPhone. So go the digital, Rheza. Rheza's going to talk to us about digital later in the week. And I'm able to follow Esmeralda. I have a little bracelet of Esmeralda. She's a little sloth on a bracelet. And my kids have a penguin and an elephant, and my wife has a turtle. So we're all tracking these beautiful animals. So I'm wondering, Rose, would you like to give us what your kind of childhood hobby interest that you discovered you still have today?
Yes. Look, I think it would have to be for me. I was a real drama kid. So, you know, I did a lot of ATYP, Australian Theatre for Young People. I went to Newtown Performing Arts. And so I have loved drama and the performing arts ever since I was a kid. I mean, I had aspirations, you know, to be on the stage. And still to this day, I would say, I love it in the form of 2 ways. I'm an avid theatre goer, so I go and, you know, consume as much as I can. All forms. I'm going to see Chicago soon. That's coming back to Sydney. So I love musical theatre. I've loved stage plays. I'm just super into all of that. And I get to do quite a lot of performance in my job as well. So, I mean, it's not the same as my, you know, dreams of being Desdemona. But, you know, there's a lot of drama, obviously, in politics. So, yeah.
I don't know if it might not be a fair step to go from politics to, you know, movies.
No. Look, I do. I think my days of, you know, like aspiring to, you know, Oscar award winning performance are over. And, you know, like, I think one of the things that I learned, you know, when I as you mentioned, you know, went to performing arts high school, I was very interested in social justice. And so, to be honest, part of my evolution from not wanting to be an actor to wanting to be a politician was wanting to use those skills of performance and voice and art, which I'm passionate about, but to make a difference, you know, not just for the glamour, for the actual impact. So I'm kind of happier where I am, but I still just, you know, I love a good play. I love a good performance.
Oh, great. Well, thank you. And hand it over.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, anyway, it's lovely to be here. And now you know a little bit more about me. My name's Rose. I'm the Minister for Mental Health and all of those other things as well. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, pay respects to elders past and present, and extend that respect and acknowledgement to any Aboriginal people joining us for this symposium. I'd like to thank Kathi and Gil as the CEO of One Door and of Mind Australia. Thank you so much for putting on this excellent event for you know, in a way, an acknowledgement of Schizophrenia Awareness Week, and also it being World Schizophrenia Awareness Day on Friday. So we're, you know, obviously timed to be part of those national and global moments where we come together to have conversations about how we can better support people living with schizophrenia and their friends and family. So it's wonderful to be here as well. It's also, I'd really like to acknowledge people with lived experience in the room and their carers and loved ones. And I think it's fantastic to do an acknowledgement of lived experience. And I have made this comment before, but I always do make it because I really want people to know as a political leader how important lived experience is. And often when, you know, they we talk a lot about the statistics, we talk a lot about the facts and the figures, and they paint a really important story about why action is needed. It's useful to have the statistics and the facts and the figures on your side when you're campaigning for change. But really, my perspective as a politician is what makes an actual difference, what moves people, what persuades people is lived experience, is story. That's the difference between having all of the good facts and all of the good figures and all of the good statistics. And we've had that for some time, to be honest, those kind of compelling figures about why we need to do better when it comes to the treatment and support of people living with mental illness. That's not new. How do we take this compelling body of work that, you know, should show us that things need to change and actually persuade people, actually persuade decision makers to listen and to change? And to me, lived experience and story is that gap. That's where you make that connection. And so I really do think it's important that we always acknowledge and prioritize and center that, because without that, I don't think we're going to make the case that we need to make to get things done differently. So I really want to acknowledge that. Look, I do want to just say two things in my opening remarks. The first is the importance of research. And I think the work that's being done today in terms of padding out opportunities for the Research Trust is incredibly important. I heard Auntie Julie's acknowledgement, and thank you, Auntie Julie, for sharing a little bit about your family's personal story in this community in Cumberland. And of course, it does remind all of us that there is still so much more to do, but we have come a long way. And the way that people with mental illness are still treated in some ways, but particularly were treated, is completely unacceptable to everyone in this room. It was within our lifetimes and the lifetimes of people who are working in this space and our families and our loved ones and our friends that institutionalization and forced treatment in the way that you've described was the reality for many people. So as much as we still have a way to go, it is important to acknowledge the progress that we have made away from the deeply dehumanizing experiences that many people had. And the fact that there is a good acknowledgement now that human dignity and respect and agency and person-centered care should be at the heart of what we do. We don't always meet that aspiration, but that is a journey that we've been on, and that's been informed by research. That's been informed by advocacy. That's been informed by the effort that people have made over the years to say there is a better way of dealing with these issues in an individual case and as a society. So that research is incredibly important because, as I mentioned, we're not there yet. We haven't finished that journey. So we do need more research. We do need more of that work to show our clinicians, our health leaders, our policymakers, that there are better ways of managing people who are dealing with severe and chronic and complex mental illnesses. And so that is something that I really do want to say is incredibly important. And it's fantastic that today there is a deep opportunity to have conversations about, well, what is some of the emerging research that's happening? Really, some of the presentations I look at, really cutting edge things that are happening, and it's fantastic to be able to share and socialize them, but also what's next? What's the next frontier? How do we continue to push the envelope in terms of our research piece so that we aren't just settling for the improvements that we have made, but we are really leaning into the idea that there is more work to do. And we want to make sure that that's evidence-based. The other thing that I really do want to acknowledge alongside the role of research is the role of community-led organisations in our mental health space. Because, again, the other key thing that I think has driven the change from the way that we used to treat people experiencing severe and complex mental illness to the improvements that we have seen is the role of community and community organisations. Government has been a partner in that, but hasn't always led. We have not been able to rely historically on government to deliver the services, the change, and the voice that has been necessary. And that partnership between government and community organisations like One Door and like Mind Australia has been, to me, the critical catalyst. And so I really want to thank and acknowledge all of the community-based and community-led organisations in this room. And I know from talking to you individually that sometimes, you know, it can seem a little bit like a Sisyphean task that you're dealing with. And, you know, it is challenging, and you sometimes don't feel like your experiences are listened to. And you sometimes do feel like government is too cautious and too closed and too rigid. And, you know, I just really want to say that as the Minister for Mental Health, I acknowledge the critical importance of your role and your partnership as leaders. And you do speak truth to power, and you do challenge us, and you do demand more resources, more change, you know, more support, and rightfully you should. And that is such an important role that you play, and I welcome it. We're pleased to partner with One Door to, you know, allow them to lead on some of the service provision that's already been mentioned, whether it's the family and carers program, a forensic reintegration program, telephone referral services, peer support groups. Those are examples of things that government could try and provide on its own, but honestly would not get nearly as much engagement and richness and thorough service delivery and person-centered care as we would get through partnering with our community organisations who can deliver that better than if we did it ourselves. And that partnership and that acknowledgement of government, of the gaps in the things that we can do, and supporting you to do them better is very important to me. So, you know, when I think about, again, that history of One Door, you know, which started, I think, as a sort of carers network, you know, some time ago, and has really evolved into such a leading organisation that's still doing that incredibly important work for carers, as we heard from that acknowledgement, but is also now doing service delivery and doing so much more. Again, just speaks to that journey, that history, that progress. It's good to start, I think, sometimes these days when we're going to have some really difficult conversations about mental health, the challenges that we still face, the gaps that we're still up against, to recognise that the effort that people in this room and the shoulders of the people that you stand on has delivered real change, real improvement in our lifetime. Things are better than they used to be. And there is a really important moment now, I think, with a whole bunch of pieces of work that we're committed to doing. Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. That we're committed to doing and we want to do with you to continue on that. And really just want to end my remarks there by saying, whether it's through the gaps analysis that we've done, the parliamentary inquiry that we've done, the pieces of work that are happening at the federal level, there's momentum now to continue on the next stage of that journey. And we're really enthusiastic about being on that journey with you. So thank you so much for having me, and good luck for the rest of the day. This one's working. You can share.
Skills that happened to me last week. We've got a few minutes before you have to go. And this is the bit where it's just a chance for people to ask some questions, maybe a bit of dialogue from myself as well. I guess we're all watching a lot of things that have been happening around Australia, here in New South Wales. We've seen a lot of kind of policy reform, things coming from the federal government around the NDIS review. We've also seen the recent federal budget. I'm aware that the state budget is only a few sleeps away. I think it's in June sometime. I'm wondering, in terms of where you're sitting and thinking about, well, you can't give it away, but what is the New South Wales government thinking about in terms of investment and new investment into mental health?
Yes, well, I can't get myself into trouble with the Treasurer, even though I deeply trust everyone in this room. And I'm sure that we could operate on some kind of, you know, secret mental health advocate moment. But no, I can't go into the details. I will say three things. One, this is not going to be a budget. And in fact, there will never be a budget, a single budget that plugs every hole, that solves every problem. Unfortunately, we've got ourselves into a situation where we're beyond that. We're beyond one announcement, one budget, one initiative, problem solved. This is work that is going to be deeper and more longer term than that. And I think even though that's difficult, wouldn't it be great if we could just flick the switch, make the announcement, and all of the kind of gaps that we know are there and are so profound would be filled, and that service provision would be as available and high quality and affordable as we hope it could be. We're beyond that with this challenge. So it's not going to be that budget. It will be a budget that focuses on two areas and does some work. One is community mental health. One is an acknowledgement that and this came out in the gaps analysis that we have recently completed an interim report on and is available now for those who, you know, really love to get into the detail. We can make that, it's available on the website, I think now. Obviously, the gaps analysis spoke to community mental health as probably the most profound gap. So, you know, that is acknowledged, and there will be some progress on that. The other one, and look, I'm obviously working in partnership with my colleague, the Minister for Health here, is the relationship between the gaps in the mental health system and our hospitals, and the impact that inadequate service provision in the mental health space has on our hospitals, whether it's in our emergency departments, whether it's in our wards where we cannot, you know, move people out of hospital in the way that we would like to do and they would like to do, you know, because of other things not being available, back to community mental health, housing, etc. So that, you know, obviously getting our hospital network as functional as possible is a real priority for Ryan Park, and I respect that. And to the extent that the mental health system is a contributing factor, that's a real focus of ours too. So they, you know, those are, I think, are important areas. Are they everything? No. But I think that they're solid areas where we would look to make improvements. And I would say this, again, we all recognise everything's linked, but as much as we can look to treat people outside of hospital, that's better for everyone. It's better for them. A hospital is a terrible place to try and deal with complex and chronic mental illness. It is just in every way a poor environment. It's bad for the hospitals to have those kind of reoccurring presentations. We don't want that either. So that's just a couple of little areas where there's some work that we're looking to do in this budget. And then we do that and we park that and then we move on to the next budget.
Yeah, I'm sure we're looking at several years of investment to turn around the fact that New South Wales is one of the, I think, per capita underfunded in terms of mental health services. I'm interested in hearing some questions from the ground.
Hi, Rose. Jenny, I'm a carer of a daughter with severe mental illness. We all were very sad, and I think a bit of what Kathi was referring to about the tragedies around Bondi Junction. And that very much seemed to link mental health with homelessness. And I noticed in your portfolio, you do link the two. So there's an opportunity there to see what we can do to better improve the state for those people with complex issues without homes where they can't be monitored effectively. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you are absolutely right that tragic incident did draw attention to that, but it's not something that I, as the minister at least, was not already aware of. And again, I mean, everyone in this room would have been aware of that. I mean, the key driving factor for chronic long-term rough sleeping is untreated severe mental illness. That relationship is very, very significant. For other people experiencing other forms of homelessness, housing affordability or other issues are present. But for chronic rough sleeping, it's mental illness is the big one. And we're doing a few pieces of work. We will have something to say in the budget about that particularly, because that is a very significant area that we're looking to do. So I can't give too much away, but you're right to call it out. The other thing that we are doing is just leaning into the fact that as the Minister for Housing and Homelessness and the Minister for Mental Health, there is a kind of MOU between New South Wales Health and Homes New South Wales. At the moment, that's unfortunately not much more than a piece of paper. And we're really leaning into forcing them. I mean, we're pushing on open doors, but nonetheless forcing them to work together. So when I was at St Vincent's Hospital recently, they were saying the number one reason they can't exit people from their mental health wards is housing. They don't have anywhere for them to go. Then I talk to my housing people and they say one of the most significant issues that we have keeping people in stable tenancies in public housing is untreated mental illness. And so trying to link them in a much more profound way than a piece of paper, is a key priority of mine. And I do want to use the fact that I just happen to be Minister for both things to make sure that we move beyond kind of formal MOUs to deep partnerships. And there has been some work on that, and there will be some more in the budget.
Hi, Rose. So I work in the mental health space. I've got lived experience. My brother has schizophrenia, and I'm also a carer. So I do a little bit of work in politics. The Westfield incident was really troubling for the community, and it triggered a lot of people. So you touched upon the importance of mental health in the community. So I'm just wondering, with psychosocial events, I mean, what services can we access to sort of initiate that community engagement? I mean, is there any sort of fundraising that we could look into? I was just wondering if you could shed some light on that.
I mean, do you mean in terms of direct service delivery, or do you mean in terms of raising community kind of awareness and advocacy about these issues more broadly?
I would say a bit of both, but definitely more awareness. Yeah. And if there's any sort of direct services, that would be really good to know as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point around the awareness and advocacy piece, is really important. And that's kind of what I was mentioning in terms of this moment that we have and this opportunity for momentum, whether it's out of a couple of pieces of work that we've done. We've done a parliamentary inquiry, we've done a gaps analysis. They were sort of, trucking along, and people in this room, presumably, and in the sector knew about them, but maybe not the community more broadly, unfortunately. But there is now this moment where I do think, as you said, there's a broader awareness amongst the community about, well, is this sector as well funded and well resourced as it could be? And so we're not currently providing any direct funding to support people in that work. I mean, other than through our funding for, mental health carers and some of the peak bodies. So I definitely think they have a role to play, although they're all incredibly stretched and have, kind of report fatigue, I think. But nonetheless, they have a role to play. But I guess I do really want to put the call out and say, I think your instinct is right, that there is an interest in the community more broadly for government to do more on this. That's my sense. And that people who are keen to draw on that, whether through it's their own fundraising or their own work or their own advocacy and agitation, I think you're going to find a lot of enthusiasm for that. And I do, even though often that advocacy and agitation is directed at me and, directed at government and asking us to do more and demanding us to do more, I welcome it in a way. And I think you should. And I think you should take advantage of increased community awareness and interest to say, yeah, well, actually, those of us who've been active in this space and who have lived experience have kind of been banging on this for a while. We'd love you to bang on with us. so that our voices are louder.
We've got one more question.
Thank you, Rose. When you talk about investment in the community mental health services, are you referring to public community services or community managed services like One Door? Where do you see the priority?
I mean, look, all of the above. I don't want to go into too much detail about because if I start going into too much detail about what we're looking at, then I won't be keeping faith with my colleagues that budgetary announcements will be made in the budget. But I do think, I do think both are important. I don't think either is necessarily adequately funded at the moment. I take from your question, perhaps, you would want to see the investment in community managed mental health services and to make sure that we don't not fund them or acknowledge their incredibly important role to play as well. And we just focus on the public community side. And again, I just reiterate the remarks that I made in my speech, which is that I acknowledge that community-led organisations as our partners have an incredibly important role to play. I acknowledge that. And there are things that they can do and we need them to do that the public health system can't do or will struggle to do. And they're obviously both incredibly important, but that partnership is central, and we're not going to be able to resolve the challenges that we face if we don't support community-led community mental health initiatives.
Thank you very much, Minister. Please give a round of applause to Minister Rose Jackson. I hope you can hang around because the next person who's going to come up and speak has been doing, Mental Health Australia has been doing a wealth of work in looking at what works in psychosocial services. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Carolyn Nikoloski, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Mental Health Australia. She has more than 15 years experience in mental health sector, having held the positions of Chief Strategy Officer and Interim Chief Experience Officer at Beyond Blue, and serves as a director of a national promotion charity, Prevention United. She has a strong reputation in leading others through adaptive leadership challenges, transformations and change. And Carolyn has a significant experience in strategy development and execution, policy and development and reform, and service delivery. She has a track record of developing high and performing teams and stabilising teams working through change. She is committed to improving mental health and wellbeing and reducing social and economic disadvantage. Please welcome Carolyn to the stage. I had the privilege of being in Canberra last week and sharing a bit of stage with some colleagues. So you've heard the check-in question. So what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
Great. Thank you, Kathi. Such a great question. I think as a child, I was definitely an avid dancer. So I did ballet and jazz and tap dancing throughout my entire childhood. And I still love dancing today, although normally it's just kind of at my home when no one's watching. But my love of dancing has really evolved into kind of love of all things movement related. So I'm an avid yogi now, to the point that I even did yoga teacher training because during COVID, I thought maybe I could become a yoga teacher. And now I've realized I'm not quite sure how I can fit that into my life, but it's there for a backup career option.
With Mental Health Australia, side hustle, I'm
That's
thinking.
right.
I actually think that from a mental health perspective, we all could do with a bit of what you're talking about. So maybe there's a bit, who would have known?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I reckon at the end of today, we could have a really mixed bag of all these eclectic kind of things and performance. Fantastic. Well, I look forward to hearing from you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kathi. And thank you all for having me here today. I want to start by acknowledging the Darug people as the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. And I thank Auntie Julie for her very warm and generous welcome to country earlier this morning. I also want to acknowledge the unique contribution of people with lived and living experience of mental ill health and their family carers and supporters, particularly in their role in championing change in Australia's mental health and disability support systems. And I'd also like to thank Daniela for her very warm acknowledgement of lived experience this morning too. As the CEO of Mental Health Australia, I'm really privileged to work alongside incredible leaders with lived experience of mental ill health and their family carers and supporters to progress systemic reform. So for over 25 years, Mental Health Australia has advocated for mental health reform, and we continue to drive policy change and proactively put mental health on the agenda. As the national peak for mental health, we have over 130 member organisations, including service providers such as One Door and Mind Australia, along with professional bodies, organisations representing people with lived experience of mental ill health, family carers and supporters, researchers, and state and territory mental health peak bodies. We believe that by bringing together the diverse perspectives across Mental Health Australia's members, along with the community and government, we will create change that is greater and more innovative than what any of us could do by working alone. As part of our work, Mental Health Australia advocates for people to receive quality psychosocial support, both through and outside of the NDIS. We work alongside the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum, who advocate from a lived experience perspective as the leading psychosocial disability representative organisation in Australia. And today, as Kathi mentioned, I'm really excited to be talking with you all about what works in psychosocial services. So psychosocial services are a really critical component of our mental health service system. The term psychosocial supports can mean different things to different people. Essentially, we're talking about supports that help people with mental ill health in their personal recovery, to connect them with their community and what's meaningful to them. These services also allow carers, family and kin to remain in paid employment, as well as helping them maintain their own connections within their community while their loved ones access support. Psychosocial services are chronically underfunded. This was exacerbated by funding for many community mental health psychosocial programs being rolled into the NDIS, leaving a gap in supports outside the scheme. In 2019, the Productivity Commission estimated that 154,000 people who were most in need of psychosocial support were being left without access. Fortunately, governments are now recognising the importance of addressing these gaps. Australian, state and territory governments are currently working together to estimate the level of unmet need for psychosocial support outside the NDIS. Within the NDIS, the delivery of psychosocial supports also requires reform, and the NDIS review recommended important changes to the scheme that would benefit participants with psychosocial disability. These are monumental opportunities, and we want to make sure that government gets it right. The information and data systems that governments often rely on to create policy about mental health, like the National Mental Health Service Planning Framework, for example, have historically not accurately understood and captured psychosocial services. That's why Mental Health Australia, together with the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum, work together to provide governments with up-to-date information on the full range of psychosocial services that have had a positive impact on people with psychosocial disability and that are valued by those with lived and living experience, along with their family, carers and supporters. This advice also demonstrates to the Australian government what they can fund to respond to unmet need and deliver foundational supports outside of the NDIS. Together, we consulted the literature and spoke to key academics to develop a list of psychosocial services that have been shown to achieve good outcomes. We then tested this list with over 100 experts through online consultations, including with people with lived and living experience of mental ill health, family carers and supporters, Mental Health Australia members, service providers, academics, and other key stakeholders. We also ran 2 online surveys, one for people with lived and living experience of mental ill health, which had 147 responses, and one for family carers and supporters of people with lived experience of mental ill health, which had 61 responses. The result is our advice to governments on evidence-informed and good practice psychosocial services. This advice shows the wide range of evidence-informed and good practice psychosocial services that have been or currently are being provided in Australia. This piece of work tells governments what those of you who are living and breathing psychosocial support already know, that psychosocial supports can provide transformational change and improve people's well-being and quality of life. The evidence we have presented shows psychosocial services increase people's resilience, problem-solving skills, and a sense of personal recovery. They help to manage symptoms of mental ill health and reduce hospitalisations. They improve relationships with family, increase community connection, and reduce social exclusion. And specific programs have been shown to reduce the risk of homelessness, domestic violence, and drug use. There is a broad range of psychosocial services that can achieve good outcomes. But what is it in the makeup of a good psychosocial service? The results from our surveys shed some light on this. It will probably be no surprise to all of you here today that when we asked what the most helpful parts of a psychosocial service is, people most commonly said it's about having a good relationship with the support worker. It's about feeling safe, and it's feeling like the service understood trauma. This highlights the inherently relational nature of psychosocial support work. We were also told that the least helpful parts of psychosocial services were having time-limited support, workers not having lived experience of mental ill health, services not being accessible, and having difficulty in either increasing or decreasing the intensity of care. These insights helped us to develop a broad set of 10 psychosocial service principles, which should underpin any effective psychosocial service. Any psychosocial service should be co-produced or at least co-designed with people with lived experience of mental ill health and carers, family and kin. It should be human rights focused, recovery oriented, trauma-informed, strengths-based, person-led, and focus on capacity building and be holistic. It should be accessible. It should be inclusive and culturally safe. It should facilitate integration of supports. It should be time unlimited and flexible enough to respond to need and choice. It should develop the peer and non-peer psychosocial workforce, as workforce is the absolute cornerstone of quality psychosocial supports. It should be evidence-informed, including robust evaluation and fostering innovation. It should be relational as opposed to transactional, and in doing so, be inclusive of family, carers and kin. And it should include supported decision-making and safely support dignity of risk. Our advice to governments provides many examples of psychosocial service models and particular psychosocial services that have been shown to achieve good outcomes. It is available on Mental Health Australia's website to download, and there's a summary brochure in your bag that you received on arrival this morning. So if we know what works, what are we doing about it? Mental Health Australia and the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum are doing all that we can to make sure governments make the most of the opportunities before us to increase access to quality psychosocial services. We've been meeting with senior government officials and members of the Australian Parliament to give them our advice on psychosocial services. There are 3 significant opportunities that we're striving to influence. Firstly, government's analysis of unmet needs for psychosocial services, which is due to be finalised shortly. We've been engaging with the Department of Health and Aged Care on this work. Secondly, the NDIS review recommended that psychosocial supports should be funded as part of foundational supports outside of the NDIS. We've also been engaging with the Department of Social Services and the Federal Minister for Social Services, who is leading this work. And finally, there's the opportunity to reform the ongoing operational of psychosocial supports within the NDIS. Our advice to governments on psychosocial services can support the development of this reform, and we're working with other disability advocates to inform the NDIA's approach to implementing recommendations from the NDIS review and ongoing reforms to improve the experiences of people with psychosocial disability. So in conclusion, there is a vast range of psychosocial services that have been implemented in the Australian context that not only deliver good outcomes, but are also valued by people with lived experience and their family, carers and supporters. Mental Health Australia and the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum are working hard to ensure decision makers are aware of the evidence base for these services and make good policy and funding decisions as a result. I will leave you with some words from the National Mental Health Consumer and Carer Forum. The evidence is clear. We know psychosocial services work. Now let's make investments that result in transformational systemic change that will truly support people to thrive. Thank you.
Oh, you've got one as well. Oh, special club.
Yeah.
All right. I'm really, it's been really great to see Mental Health Australia advocate in this space for psychosocial services. Obviously, One Door and Mind are significant providers in this space. Given the dynamics of federal and state bilateral agreements and all those kind of things, I'm just wondering what your kind of take is for us in New South Wales about, because there's a lot of local advocates here who are living with the impact of not having those services. What's your kind of take on what can be done for us here in New South Wales?
Yeah, well, I think that intersect across the Commonwealth and state and territory governments is such an important space for us to be working together on. And it's often in that intersect where things fall down because it's not clear who's responsible for doing what and who's leading the work versus supporting the work. And I think that's particularly the case with psychosocial support services, where it does cut across jurisdictions. And there is a broad lack of clarity about how all of the significant reform pieces, such as reforming the NDIS, such as analysing and responding to unmet needs, such as the Disability Royal Commission, such as broader mental health system reform, for example, how does that all intersect at a Commonwealth level, but then also at a state level? So I think it's important that organisations like Mental Health Australia are working both with our state and territory peak colleagues who are leading the advocacy work at a state and territory level, but also with service providers and people in the community who absolutely understand the very real impact of how this is, that policy and system disconnect is playing out on the ground, and will be best placed to know what the solutions are and how can we overcome some of those barriers.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm very interested to hear some questions from the ground. Leslie, wait for the microphone. I know you've got a lovely voice though, but you just need to,
Hi, I'm Leslie. I'm from this area. One of the biggest problems we have in this community is, as we're ageing, is the NDIS and Cumberland, which is the largest psychiatric facility within the metropolitan, it's tertiary referral, and it's got major reforms occurring now. is the fact is we've got clients falling between the gap, okay? We had announcements in 2013, announcements opposing in 2014 regarding New South Wales health delivery of psychiatric care. There has been no community consultation as a local representative in the area. We also have the changes where we've had in the last 10, 12 years, we've had actually 10 deaths in this area, 2 are coroner's cases of clients that have actually fallen between those gaps. We've had a major, great program which has stepped up, stepped down, closed, and some of those client deaths are directly linked. I've got major concerns when we're saying psychosocial's moving out of NDIS. Where is that funding going to come from to support those clients when we have existing clients within my community directly who can't even get supported living accommodation funding?
So I think kind of all indications from the Minister for the NDIS is that psychosocial support and people with psychosocial disability will absolutely continue to be included within the NDIS. But through the NDIS review, they really acknowledge that there's a significant gap, as you've just highlighted, in supports that are available outside the NDIS. So the development of the foundational supports stream of work is one way to help fill that gap. But I think it's important to acknowledge that there will still likely be further gaps to fill. So it's important that we're influencing both how can we improve the NDIS itself, how can we influence what the design and delivery of those foundational supports looks like outside the NDIS. And also what are the remaining gaps that we also need to continue to focus our advocacy work on so that we can stop the experience that you've had here locally where too many people are falling between the cracks. That's just not good enough. So it's important that collectively we're identifying where those problems are and then also what the solutions are and can take those to government.
I think also another comment I would have on that is that I know the Mental Health Coordinating Council and others very strongly advocated for Step Up, Step Down to be an investment from the New South Wales Government. I think we would all welcome that as being an alternative and being able to support people, hopefully not needing to go into psychiatric units. So where is the microphone? Oh. We've got one down here. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Down here, Peter. Thank you.
Is this on?
Yes, it is.
I'm already on the NDIS for something and I can't even get psychosocial funding for schizophrenia. I'm told it's going to be about 5 months. What do I do for those 5 months?
Well, that's a good question. I know there's some, just in terms of, there are some One Door colleagues in the room. Michael Mills, are you in here somewhere? Michael Mills, I might actually just ask you to touch base with this lovely lady up the back here and we'll be able to follow that through in terms of some local advocacy there. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming. I'm a registered nurse for over 35 years. So I've had a broad range of experience. And I think a lot of people, some people are let down by the system. A 16-year-old child was not diagnosed properly. He was sent to Concord Hospital. There was a gap. And then 3 years later, he committed a crime and had to be incarcerated. So there is gaps in the system. I'd like there to be more changes for hospitals to be more aware and not just palm. I mean, this young kid was 16. At the second day, they said nothing wrong with him. And I beg to differ. And years later, he was incarcerated and is suffering from schizophrenia. And then applying for NDS. I would like NDS assessors to actually not just look at what's on paper, that this young man is doing well. On paper, he looks good, but actually come to our home or come home and see day to day what this young person is experiencing. He's not capable of work at all, you know, but on paper, he looks okay. I mean, that's clearly a gap to me and it irritates me. I feel pain because I'm a registered nurse and I've seen people, you know, let down by the system. So I think NDIS assessors should actually come home and see day to day how this person is functioning and performing, not go by what the hospital occupational therapist might just in a half-hour thing say, oh yeah, this person's fine, that they're not fine. So is there a way that we can tell these NDIS assessors to come home and actually see that this person's not coping well, you know, rather than going by what looks nice on paper? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such an important point in terms of how do we ensure that the full situation and needs of somebody are considered and assessed through the NDIS, along with other support systems as well. So certainly Mental Health Australia works closely with the NDIA through their co-design and consultation processes on how do we ensure that the NDIS is set up to really understand and then respond to the needs of people with psychosocial disability. So we can definitely feed that experience into our advocacy work.
Sorry, if this person is deemed not to get NDIS, is there an appeal system?
There is, and again, I'll ask some of the One Door crew if we can reach out and talk to you through that. Yeah, absolutely. So last question. Thank you. Hello. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Good to see you again, Kathi, and be here for the third time. My question is about psychosocial. I've had involvement as a carer for my son. My wife's here today too. When we talk about psychosocial and NDIS, I think it was 2021, they lumped psychosocial recovery coach with support coordination. When I saw that, I thought, hallelujah. But on the ground, there's not that many psychosocial recovery coaches. When it's lumped against support coordination of 3 levels, it becomes a very significant barrier for that person to access psychosocial recovery coaching. I'm interested in, when you're talking about psychosocial and the reforms, the evidence you put forward, is there any discussion about psychosocial recovery coaching lumped with support coordination, which is 2 very different things? And there's people in this room that have had experiences of that. It's very difficult from a support coordination process to also try and take out of that same amount of funding a recovery coach.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point that really highlights the different needs of people across the service system. And it's important that we're acknowledging those different needs, like both support coordination and recovery coaching, and ensuring that there's appropriate funding and mechanisms to receive those different complementary support systems. So I think our advice document does touch on the importance of recovery coaching as being one of the evidence-informed, good practice psychosocial support services. So that is within our advice document. And so we'll continue to advocate to the NDIS along with others on the importance of really building on that existing evidence base and ensuring that that's then reflected in policy decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that point, and it's echoed, I think, across the sector very much. I'd just like to pull your hands together and thanks Carolyn again.
Thanks very much.
We now are pausing for a coffee tea break, morning tea. We're going to be coming back here. If you could be ready back for 10 to 11, and then we'll be hearing some wonderful speakers to come. So please join us outside for some morning tea. Okay, come on in, come and sit down. Some stragglers there, come out the back. Come and sit down, lovely Susan. If you're seeing some wonderful pictures either side of me, a wonderful mic down the back has been digitally scribbling away and taking snapshots of what the speakers have been talking about today. So it's pretty cool. I have no skills in this area whatsoever. I'm glad there are people in the world who do. Fantastic. We'll be using this as part of sending out to you all a snapshot from what's happened today, but know that this is happening as we're going. So it's pretty cool. Please just give our round of applause to Mike out the back.
Now, just a reminder that the recorded sessions today will be available via our Facebook page. I know there's been a few people asking about that. And a reminder to visit the stalls in the Madison room, which is out that way. And to learn more about One Door, Mind Australia, our fellowship, Way Ahead and Being. So please take your time to talk with the staff who are there. We have some staff, if there are some things today that are triggering and you want to talk through with somebody, we have two beautiful One Door staff. So Rafia is there and Natasha, Tash is here. Beautiful people from One Door. Please take the time if you need to, that they're there for you. And we're going to get straight into it, and I'm going to introduce another good egg. We've got some really good people here today. So Katie Larsen is a colleague of mine. She's the Executive Director of Lived Experience for Mind Australia. She works from a lived expertise and social justice perspective, drawing from her own lived experience of mental health and wellbeing challenges and the LGBTIQA+ from the family, as her and I both share that. At Mind, she leads the delivery of Mind's lived experience strategy and provides lived expertise leadership in the development of peer-led service models. She's a PhD candidate at Deakin University, researching intersectional leadership and decision-making and mainstream mental health services. I can't wait to read her PhD. I know it's going to be a good read when it is finally done. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Journalism, a Master of Social Work, and is a graduate of the National Mental Health Commission, Australian Mental Health Leadership's Fellow. Please welcome her to the stage. Yay. This is pretty cool. You and I could, chinwag for a while now,
We could.
There's been some interesting things happening here in the border, not far from here, where we've seen some interesting things happen in the rainbow community. And I'm glad that that was overturned in terms of same-sex parenting. I have two beautiful children from a same-sex relationship. You do as well, not two.
No, just the one.
Yeah, so it's wonderful. So we're talking about the check-in question. You've had a good while to think about your answer.
Yes.
So what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
Look, it's probably the wrong answer for group of people from New South Wales, but I'm not from Australia originally. I'm actually a New Zealander. And when we first arrived in Melbourne when I was 8 years old, I fell in love with footy, AFL, from the moment I from the moment I arrived, and the Richmond Tigers, for anyone who knows them. It's not a good time for us, but we've had a good window.
That was a bit of a lull there.
Yeah, I know.
It's response,
Get some mixed
if you said Swans or GWS, you might have had a bigger kind of response.
2019 grand final for any GWS. Anyway, I digress. So I loved playing. I played out in the backyard. I played down at the park, but of course I couldn't play. And then in my 20s, someone said, "Why don't you come and play women's footy?" And I was like, "That's awesome. I'm going to do that." 2 broken fingers, 2 cracked ribs, and a knee reconstruction later, I decided it was time to give it away. Not to mention I wasn't very good. But I'm now channeling that into my daughter, who's only about 2.5 years off being able to join Auskick, and will be strongly encouraged to follow through.
Absolutely. Well, the what is it? AWFL? What is
AFL.
No, for the women's league.
Oh, AFLW.
AFLW. I mean, that by the time she's of age, she'll be right.
Oh, she'll be ready to go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She'll be
yellow and black.
And the wage parity will hopefully be fine by then.
Yes.
And the women will be paid the same as the men in the AFL. Wouldn't that be good?
That would be good.
All right. Well, welcome. I'm
Thank
looking
you.
forward to hearing about the lived experience in shaping innovative services. So please welcome Katie.
Thank you for the welcome, Kathi. I'm going to stand a little bit out here because I'm short and I hate standing behind a lectern. I am going to talk to you about lived experience-led innovation, and particularly thinking about lived experience-led service models and thinking about the role of them as alternatives in the current system. Mind's had a really long legacy of lived experience leadership and work, and when we've thought about that work, we've thought about how do we really progress the conversation and come up with contemporary and sophisticated solutions. I really want to acknowledge the legacy of the people who have worked at Mind in this space before me, as well as across the consumer movement and family and carer movement. That work over many decades has driven us forward to a place where we're having these kinds of conversations in these kinds of spaces. When I present, in many ways, I find it really challenging to stand up and present. And so one of the things that I do to try and ground me and make sure I'm here as myself rather than as a position or any other kind of way of understanding my role in this space, I talk a little bit about my lived experience. And for a long time, I've done that by sharing some photos. And I haven't shared these photos before in a public space, but these are photos from about 2011. So I'm in Nepal. And the background to me being just at the very bottom of the Himalayas there is that for about 6 or 7 years prior to this moment, I'd had really significant mental health challenges for a range of reasons that had made life very, very difficult for that period of time. Just before I went and did this trip, I had another kind of series of life crises that made me pause and go, like, enough. I have to go and do something different here. So I packed my bags and set off out into the world for 8 months, travelling across Africa, Nepal, India, and spent time in southern Thailand working with Burmese refugees. I spent time in Buddhist retreat centres. I spent time in ashrams. I was trying to work some stuff out. This particular moment was about halfway through the trip, and I decided to go on a 6-day trek up into the Himalayas. I had a guide with me and myself, and that was it. I had a deep, crippling fear of heights, and I had a very deep fear of being in my own company and that I'd be able to keep myself safe. So I went to the Himalayas on a solitary trek. So this is me sort of at the start of it all, kind of grimacing. And as I went through that 6 days, it was monsoon season, and there weren't a lot of people around, and my guide was a Nepali guy who kind of knew everyone in the villages, so he would just go and hang out with the villagers at night. So at night time, I was alone, often completely alone in guest houses up in these mountains. I experienced the most profound, I guess, experiences. I sat through one of the loudest and most terrifying thunderstorms that you can ever imagine, alone, with my thoughts, with my feeling, with my experiences. I spent, I came through that night and through a few others, and I guess what it did for me was it started to give me a space to move beyond the what or the how of my mental health experiences and into the why. And really trying to understand my story and what had brought me to this point and how I could move through. I don't necessarily recommend this approach in doing that, but what it did do for me was light a little spark inside of me that said, maybe there's a reason why, maybe I can trust myself, and maybe I can kind of live through this. And that was profound. When I talk about and I think about lived experience-led services, the reason I'm so passionate in this work is because I think we all deserve the opportunity to explore and understand the why. And I think we deserve the opportunity to understand the why in spaces that are safe, that are connected, and create space and time for us to trust ourselves and find a way through. So I'm going to talk a little bit about lived experience-led services now, but I just wanted to hold that context so I'm really present with how I come to this work. So we do have lots of evidence for lived experience-led services, but certainly not enough. And some of the things we know about lived experience-led models is they ground us in human rights. They help us to think about innovation and improvement, workforce culture. There are some business benefits, return on investment, that can be really helpful for us here too. But we need more evidence to really understand how to do these well, and I'll talk a bit about what that looks like as we go through. But first, I also want to outline the need for lived experience-led services. Not just about me and my story. There's a range of stories out there, and there have been for decades, about why we need lived experience-led services. These are some quotes that come from a project I'll talk about shortly about the need. I've been to hospital 10 times and never received care or referral, just rejection. We don't have services aimed at recovery and connection. It's all about crisis containment. There's a lack of services run by people with lived experience. There's no place I feel understood by the people treating me. Ultimately, we want a space to go that doesn't have a fear-based response. So at Mind, we have a few lived experience-led models. We have a queer and peer aftercare suicide program. We have a program called Connect SA that's about providing an alternative to going to ED. We're developing a project called The Healing Place, which will be Victoria's first lived experience residential service. So it'll be fully led and delivered by people with lived experience, and I'll talk a bit more about that project. And I'll also talk a bit more about mental health and wellbeing Connect centres. There are 8 mental health and wellbeing Connect centres in Victoria out of the Royal Commission. They're family and carer-led centres. We run 2 of them. They're fully staffed by family and carer lived experience workers. From our experience in developing and delivering these services, we know we have some unique challenges in how we progress this work, and we need some really proactive responses to help us work through those and drive this way of thinking and way of delivery forward. The types of challenges we've noticed, what we call the clinical ceiling. So we see within the lived experience-led services we develop and deliver, but also across the world, that when you deliver them in mainstream environments, you inevitably hit a clinical ceiling, which is when you defer to clinical governance. And clinical governance is not set up for lived experience-led models in the way that is currently delivered. It's largely based around risk and safety through a different lens than lived experience thinking offers. When I talk about the clinical ceiling, this is not to have a go at clinicians at all. It's more about how do we collaboratively find solutions that support us to hold different ways of doing that can actually genuinely offer alternatives within the system. The other one is the status quo. This is very hard to move in our mental health systems. Mental health systems were developed to contain. That's quite hard to shift. So there's a lot of myths and realities in the systems that we work within that make it very, very difficult to change things. So we have to really think creatively about how we do that. Part of that is because of this, fear. A reality of doing differently, a reality of trying to challenge ways of doing, a reality of stepping out of the status quo, a reality of pushing against systems of power, is it evokes fear. Lived experience work, when done in a nice, lovey feeling way, is good, but it should prompt discomfort and challenge in all of us working in the space, because that is what system reform and transformation is about. So I'm going to touch a little bit on what we're doing to respond to these challenges and start from the place of designing with those most impacted. And I'll talk a little bit about the Healing Place and the Connect centres to do that. So within the Healing Place, there's a few key aspects that we've centred to help us drive this work forward. One is intersectional design. Too often marginalised communities are not part of the conversation and the services simply do not meet their needs. It is not enough to talk about being culturally safe. We have to integrate intersectional thinking from the very start and challenge the way that we move through design to be responsive to that. This is something we've done within the Healing Place design sessions. Service use and lived experience. The reality is we need to understand those most impacted, not just lived experience, those most impacted. Within the Healing Place design work, we've talked to people who have experienced harm within the current system, who have felt locked out of the current system, and who have actively been seeking alternatives. Through a series of 4 half-day workshops, we worked with this group to design a whole service journey from entry in through the experience and entry out, thinking about the mindsets that they needed and we needed to operate in. What came out was not in many ways anything other than what is logical. Connection, agency, seeing people like yourself reflected in the service, connection to country, connection to culture, opportunities for doing differently, receiving information in the way that you need it, not in the way that best meets the needs of the service, and creating spaces of heart and love and connection. We asked them to imagine what this service might look and feel like, and these are some of the things that we heard. A place where I'm allowed to express distress and work through trauma and pain. A place where I can feel safe to speak and that is not going to be used against me when I become distressed or where the hospital decides to take away my rights. A place where showing my pain and trauma is not used against me, but instead is seen as strength and me taking a positive step to working towards building myself back up. A place where I feel understood and have a voice. You showed me how I can be more of myself. I understand how to hold more parts of me. I think that's what it was like meeting the peer workers, witnessing and connecting to someone I could feel in my bones, knew what it's like to go through what I've gone through. So this wasn't actually what they've experienced in the service, but what they wanted to experience in the service. And it's very, very clear what we need to focus on if we're to deliver this. The other example is the Connect centres, the family and carer-led centres. Similarly, we heard same kinds of things. So we heard, I want spaces where I can relax, where I can feel safe, where I can let go, where I'm not being treated like a problem, where I can spend time, where I am actively listened to. I want to be spoken to like I'm not a problem and there's a curiosity about how to help me. And I want the ways of understanding what my experience is to be held with respect and partnership. I heard, I noticed, I did, we talked about our plan. That's the kind of thing that would come through in the case notes. From doing all of this work, what we became really aware of was we could design these little services, and we have in some cases with existing services, and talk about all of this, but the system won't hold it. And then there is inevitable tensions and policies and practices and leadership and governance that arise. So what we've done with that is tried to offer solutions that talk not just about the problems of the current system, but provide genuine pathways and practice models to lead us through. We're about to launch a document called Connection and Community, Transformative Lived Expertise-Led Approaches. This document will guide lived experience-led practice in a new way. It is unapologetically radical while being completely centred in humanness. That shouldn't be radical, but it is. It grounds practice around issues of justice and system transformation to acknowledge that whenever you're doing lived experience-led work, that is the work that you're doing. It prompts a practice model that connects to identity, relationships and community, that's grounded in mutuality and agency and lived experience leadership and connection. We think with this kind of practice model, we can give lived experience workers in lived experience-led services genuine green lights to do the work that they know how to do and to be held in that. We've also developed some systems around lived experience governance, drawing very much from the work of the National Lived Experience Governance Framework that was launched last year. And we've engaged Larsen in partnership for this project to help guide us through, as they were so pivotal in the development of that work. A lived experience governance framework needs to hold all the aspects that typically other governance models do, but do it through a lived experience lens. Through principles such as responsibility to, not over. Through principles such as do no harm. And when we say do no harm, we centre the person in that idea of doing no harm, rather than concerns around risk to practitioners and organisations. We're yet to see how it will all work, but we're really excited to develop this work more, bring it to life and see how it can shape lived experience-led services. So what do we need to do to bring this to life? There's a couple of points here that I'm going to pop up, but I'm not really going to speak to them, because what I really wanted to say is that when we think about doing this, as I said, it's both idealistic and logical. It's grounded in the principles of the consumer movement and the family and carer movement. It's grounded in issues of rights and justice. It seeks to counter a biomedical model that has too often been harmful and at best has been too little in terms of alternatives and options for people. It connects us to the socio-cultural, political experiences of people's lives. These are not separate to our mental health. They are intertwined with it. And it also provides an opportunity, a pathway and permission to centre love, compassion and connection. I'm going to finish today with a poem written by one of the design team, consumer design team for the Healing Place, who with their permission has allowed us to share this poem. Their name is Possum Life. And their vision for the Healing Place, the lived experience residential service, is this: a place without bars on the windows, no obstacle course at the door, furniture not bolted down, a place with personality, to be, to heal, to grow, a chance at getting things manageable, a team that works with you, no forced options, no arguing for basic rights, a real chance at getting better. Thank you.
It's always wonderful to chat with you. You and I could yarn for a while, I know. I'm open out to the floor because there's really a lot of great work that Mind's been doing in the lived experience space, and I know for One Door Mind we've come together with this real frame around this is our history, it's our legacy, is people, carers and consumers coming together to shape, what needs to be there for the future. What can we do to get more evidence around the lived experience models and trying to knock on the door of funders to say, hey, we need to do this with this lens, and how do we get that, do you think?
Well, if anyone can answer that, let me know, because we are trying. And I guess the key thing is we do actually, there's probably a couple of things. So firstly, we do need investment, but we don't need heaps of investment. We're not asking for the levels of investment we see within clinical mental health services. We're asking for some money towards proof of concept, which allows us to test and trial these types of models and actually see what works and what doesn't, and build an evidence base and build a workforce that can be authorised. So that's kind of the practicalities. I guess the other thing I would say is we need courage, because I've had many moments in the development of these pieces of work thinking, oh God, can we do this? How's this going to work? What happens if something goes wrong? All those very human thoughts that come through. So we actually have to really collectively hold courage, and we have to do this work as a collective. So it's as important that it's led by lived experience as the allyship of those either who don't work from the lived experience perspective, have a lived experience or don't, and can be part of a collaborative approach and partnership approach for this work.
Absolutely. You've had one question, Leslie, but I'll come back to you. Over here. Thank you, Simone.
First question, where do I sign up?
I've got your number, Simone.
Yeah.
Go for it. Sorry, your question.
The question is, do you think the rest of the systems that have been in place for generations are going to have an identity crisis out of this? And how do you counsel that identity, that business, the business identity in private and government business identity crisis? You have answered, open the door. You have answered my business identity crisis, because me, as a person with lived experience, opening private practice, do I disclose? Do I be cautious? This is like, no, it's an identity slogan, but the rest of the spin-off, everyone else is going to have some identity crisis. Question or not question, thank you. You've unraveled the business identity crisis that I'm going through with my lived experience private practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, it's not for me to comment on other parts of the organisation's identity crisis, although I do support a regular identity crisis. I think it's very transformative and helpful. But look, in seriousness though, yes and no. I mean, we definitely experience pushback from systems and positions of power. But in saying that, the Healing Place work, we're doing that in partnership with Alfred Mental and Addiction Health, and they're a big clinical service down in Melbourne, and they have been incredible allies in this process. They have opened doors for us into places such as the Office of the Chief Psychiatrist and Clinical Advisory Hub within the department, and then sit with us in that without taking over. I'm not sure that anything that we're proposing isn't what everybody wants. You know, I think that there's a collective understanding that the system is broken, and there's a frustration within clinical spaces about not having time or investment to do their work in the way that they want to do it. So that's certainly been reflected back to us. It's why I say it's both radical and logical, because it really is about centering people and connection and being open to what human experience is. When I talk about authorised, what I'm talking about is we have a peer workforce that's very often been told they don't make decisions, not about the stuff that matters. You know, so when I talk about authorisation, what I'm saying is that I want to see a workforce in these services that feel entirely authorised to hold what we would call high levels of risk in a different way, and hold spaces for, you know, the experiences I had, but I would have loved someone to sit alongside me in that and not to panic and leave me to work through that. But they need to feel authorised to do that, and they need systems and structures around them that protect them and that authorisation so that those decisions can be held collectively with collective responsibility.
Thanks. Question here, and then we'll go up the back.
Is that working? Oh,
Yeah.
Katie, I was wondering if any of the team were looking to any other sectors who are doing this better than us in mental health. You mentioned the addiction space with your relationship, and I know drug and alcohol have some work in this, but any other sectors that you guys were looking to benchmark or learn from?
Yeah, well, I guess the question that it's really opened up recently in this work, as we've been talking about, is what we're proposing here is not really health. It's not really a health response. It's a community connection response. So in the AOD space, we work closely with some folks in the AOD space. We're like, we've been doing this for decades, you know, and they have. And in some mental health spaces, that has been true, but it's off to the side. It's not authorised. So I think we have a particular challenge with the way that health funding occurs, but also how we bring mental health into health so that it's seen as diagnosis, treatment, symptom management, rather than exploration of human experience, which can be so profound. Not for everyone, and some people will want to access that health kind of approach, which is fine, but we just need alternatives. And I think there's some work happening in the family violence space. There's a little bit in the kind of homelessness space, but I'd say AOD is probably the space that we're aware of that really are able to push these boundaries and have been for some time.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Leanne from Wellways Australia. My question is around, so I'm working as a service manager who manages a peer or lived experience workforce. Something that we've observed, certainly in terms of the way peer work can be developed in, say, public mental health systems, as it is still sort of an emerging discipline and practice, is the importance of the support, appropriate support for the lived experience and peer staff working in identified roles. So I guess my question is there any move towards additional research into how businesses, organisations, public mental health systems can be safely incorporating peer workforces, because they do bring so much evidence-based value? But if you get it wrong in terms of not providing people with support, when at the very core of what they are doing every day is they are sharing safely aspects of their own lived and living experience, and also working with people who are potentially opening up for the first time. So yeah, what work is being done, I guess, to bring everyone along to ensure that psychological safety and sustainability for the peer workforce? Thank you.
Gee, that's a small question.
It is a small question, but it's like really important question.
Great question.
I guess there's a couple of ways I'd respond to that. Firstly, the National Lived Experience Workforce Guidelines are work that provides ways to do that. We know that things that help and are necessary are co-reflection spaces, like discipline-specific supervision. So I lead a lived experience division at Mind, and so we just sit in this space all the time, and the safety that offers for us to bring different parts of ourselves and speak to truth is really different from my fellow lived experience workers working in different environments. I think there's an opportunity to not see it as the work of lived experience staff to do that. I think we need to do really strong cultural change work to understand exactly what the work is, so that we're not constantly having to explain why we're important and why we exist, because that gets a little tiring. We did 18 months of cultural change work at Mind with Dr. Louise Byrne before an executive role was developed, and I think that was foundational in me stepping into that role and not having to explain to everyone why I was there and why I was had an equal opportunity to be at the table. So it's kind of like any movement, it starts to get traction when you get allyship. And, you know, I sometimes refer to the example of the marriage equality campaign, which was so taxing on LGBTIQ plus communities. And the only reason it got through is because everyone stepped in. So in this space, everyone needs to step in. We need to share the load and understand that we're not talking about us and them. We're talking about new ways to support people in mental health crisis and distress that actually are for the better of everyone if we can do it right. So I think it's really that sharing of the load and educating, and yeah.
On that note, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. Katie. Katie, are you around today? What do you do? Yep. So I think there's a lot of people who had a lot of questions for Kathi, and I would welcome you to harass her at lunchtime and afternoon tea and afterwards and see if she can get back to Melbourne or Queensland. I'm not sure where she's flittering off to, but thank you so much. It's wonderful. I think we could spend a lot of time talking about lived experience and expertise and leadership. We're going to move on. We've got two great speakers before lunch, and I think both of them are going to hold your attention, and there's going to be a lot more questions that people are going to ask. We're about to flip to talking about, so I'm assuming that's on stage, yes, evaluating services offered to the most stigmatised, and I've had the pleasure, I don't know, a long time ago it was, a year or so ago, we have a wonderful program that's run in the Hunter called the Forensic Reintegration Service, and we have some staff here from One Door. And Allison, I brought Allison on to evaluate our service. Dr. Allison Salmon has been for over 25 years, has been passionate about using evidence and innovation to change health policy, systems and practice. And it's a nice flow on from Kathi. As a leading public health researcher, evaluator and practitioner, she combines her senior leadership experience and academic training to drive and measure impact across the Australian social sector. As the co-founder and director of the Centre for Impact and Change, she brings a wealth of experience to evaluation, stakeholder consultation and impact measurement. And prior to her work with the Centre, she has led complex health research and evaluation projects, supported research governance. Her content expertise includes alcohol and other drugs, including drug consumption spaces, overdose prevention and tobacco control, mental health, quality of medicines and applied epidemiology. She was a part of some wonderful women who also gave up their time and volunteered to do the research for us in this with her colleagues with Mark Scott and Professor Deb Black, and they designed and helped evaluate our forensic mental health service. So please welcome her to the stage. So check-in question for you. What childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
I'm lucky I've had some time to think about this,
Yes.
but then I remembered I like eating scones at morning tea, so I'm not sure if I can bring that forward from my childhood. But I learned how to sew as a child, and my 11-year-old daughter has reignited that interest in me, and so I'm currently spending a lot of time in Spotlight, a lot of money at Spotlight.
It's not a cheap hobby.
No. And I spend a lot of time saying I can sew anything unless it has a zip in it. So I still can't put a zip in. But other than that, I'm really enjoying going back to sewing. So,
oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Well, I look forward to hearing more about it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I've got both pairs of glasses. We'll see which ones I need as we go through. So thank you. It's wonderful to be here with you all today and present after Kathi. And she's spoken so brilliantly on the role of lived experience in shaping and leading the work that we do. And thank you, Kathi, for the introduction. You now know my name's Allison, and I'm the co-director at the Centre for Impact and Change, and that I'm a public health researcher and evaluator. And for many years, I've been reflecting on how to evaluate services being delivered to some of the most stigmatised members of our communities. One of my largest projects in this space was an independent evaluation of the medically supervised injecting centre in King's Cross in its early days of providing services to street-based injecting drug users and sex workers. And today I'm going to share with you the findings of another independent evaluation that I conducted with my colleagues last year, One Door's Forensic Reintegration Program. That's a program that's funded by New South Wales Health and delivered by a team of One Door staff, and it's a unique service in Australia, supporting forensic mental health patients through the process of reintegrating into the community prior to their release. But before I go any further, I'd like to again acknowledge the work that I'm presenting today is co-authored by my colleagues Mark Scott and Professor Deb Black. And I'd also like to note that Gordon Wright, who's one of the senior staff of the Forensic Reintegration Program, contributed to the original presentation of this data that I'll present today. I'd also like to pause and acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Darug land on which we're meeting today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and particularly to Auntie Julie, who provided such a powerful welcome and her story to us this morning.
I grew up on Gudjul country in far northwestern Queensland, and I live on Gadigal land. And the work that I'm presenting today was conducted on the lands of the Awabakal people. And I'd also like to acknowledge the lived experience representation in the room, both carers, loved ones as well. And thank you to Daniela for her piece this morning. This is just a quick photo of Gordon and I presenting this work at the Healthcare in Secure Settings conference last year. And it's also a list of the One Door staff and the committee members from the Hunter New England LHD who supported the work. And the group includes Kathi and also Verena Alsop and Sam Gilby, who's here today, and Kinga and Deb Byrne, and also Vicky Centauri, who may or may not be in the room, I think, yes. So when I was drafting this presentation, I'm just checking I'm on the right one. So when I was drafting this presentation, I paused and thought about the themes of the symposium today. So from discovery to impact, collaborating for new and innovative ways. So I think these are great themes for a researcher and an evaluator to speak to. So if you don't mind, I'll structure my presentation around those themes: discovery, impact, and collaborating and innovation. So I'll firstly share with you what we discovered when we dived into the published literature regarding the particular challenges facing mental health consumers within the forensics system. And then I'll present what reintegration support services can achieve and what they need to offer to be successful. And then I'll share a detailed description of the Forensic Reintegration Program before focusing on the impact of that service by presenting the data and the findings of our evaluation, which focused on key success measures, key impacts, barriers, and how the program might be able to be strengthened in the future. So for some context, globally, there are currently over 10 million people in custody, and the rising rate of adult incarceration is a major public health and societal problem. In New South Wales, the prison population is currently approximately 13,000 people, and there are over 40,000 people in custody across Australia as of today. The law treats people with mental health who commit serious crimes differently to the general custodial population. In New South Wales, the New South Wales forensic mental health systems refer to this group of people as forensic patients, some of whom have been sentenced as not guilty by reason of mental illness. I use the terms forensic mental health consumer and forensic patient interchangeably today, but I want to note that neither of these terms is ideal. The number of forensic patients in New South Wales is rising, and they often wait up to 4.5 years to be transferred from mainstream prison to a forensic mental health facility, such as the Morisset Hospital Forensic Unit, where their average length of stay is approximately 6 years, though for some it may be much, much longer. This group of people are mostly male. Their average age is about 45 years, and their most common primary diagnosis is schizophrenia. 5% have an intellectual disability, and approximately 20% have a secondary diagnosis of a personality disorder, mostly antisocial personality disorder. Unsurprisingly, these patients, once released, often struggle to manage their mental health and their overall well-being. They encounter barriers to achieving a reasonable quality of life, including employment, stable housing, which we've heard a lot about today, and just generally positive social relationships. For those with intellectual disabilities, there are additional challenges addressing the specialist services that can deal with their complex needs. And reintegration into the community can be highly stressful for the high-profile offenders, and this can further exacerbate their complex problems, including their difficulties in stabilising medication regimes. In practical terms, there's a lack of adequate available accommodation and support, and this poses significant challenges post-release. And as was discussed by the Minister earlier this morning, that accommodation issue is a genuine problem for this group as well. So Reintegration support programs, of which there are only a very few in Australia, aim to address some of these barriers. They're not insignificant challenges, as you would know, for people who exit from the justice system. My colleagues and I reviewed the published literature to discover what these programs should offer, what is best practice, and that's great in context of what Carolyn presented this morning around the evidence base for psychosocial services. And we also wanted to understand what these programs could achieve. And from the limited published literature in this space, we found that these programs for reintegration need to include integrated care pathways. They need to be multidisciplinary. They should offer a combination of practical resources and support spanning the pre-release period through to the post-release period. And the programs need to be delivered via quality therapeutic relationships with supportive yet challenging therapeutic assistance, and they should be delivered in the least restrictive environment as possible. Ideally, they should offer high quality, person-centered, recovery-orientated care and a therapeutic culture where there are shared goals across the staff and where there's integrated rather than crisis-driven support. And the evidence suggests that the benefits of these programs include improved mental health and quality of life outcomes for the consumers on those social and economic outcomes we've spoken a lot about today around employment, housing, positive social relationships, as well as recidivism and enhanced community safety. So now for a bit more about the One Door Forensic Reintegration Program and how it aligns with the list of best practice elements on the previous slide. So the program is a non-clinical psychosocial support service, and it's delivered in partnership with the Hunter New England Local Health District and is staffed by 2 support workers. The program focuses on establishing a satisfying and safe life in the community for the eligible male forensic patients or consumers, as they're called by the staff. And this is done via planned, gradual, stepped resocialisation outside of the Morisset Hospital campus, plus opportunities for vocational activities to build life skills and social interaction activities to build people's confidence. The end goal is to support a case being put to and considered by the Mental Health Review Tribunal, where the consumer can be approved for periods of unsupervised leave and finally full discharge. And the program's been running since 2011. And the program staff quite rightly are able to articulate their work much more eloquently than I can. So I would just like to read you this quote from one of the staff. The program helps those men who are socially isolated with no family and no one to meet the definition of supervisor expected by the Mental Health Review Tribunal. The program assists them to move from one stage of leave to the next. Otherwise, these men could not take advantage of leave given by the tribunal, meaning longer time for them in the forensic mental health system. And also a quote from Kathi. The Forensic Reintegration Program supports an underserved cohort of people with significant mental illness. And this is a program for those who are at the top of the pyramid of need and who are facing multiple stigmas. So don't worry about the detail on this slide. What this slide shows is the consumer's journey through the system to the Forensic Reintegration Program. And the point of showing you this, I know it's very small, is to make the point that this is a long and complex journey that we've mapped out here in detail. And while I won't go through the journey with you today, I really wanted to point out that this evaluation that we conducted was the impetus for this journey to be mapped collaboratively with the staff and the clients of the program, as well as the steering group, and was a really useful process for the team at One Door. So now we'll focus on impact as part of from discovery to impact. And I'll present the qualitative data and findings from the evaluation. And I should note that this work had ethics approval from the Hunter New England Local Health District's Ethics Committee. The qualitative data we collected focused on 4 evaluation questions that were centered around key elements of success, impact, barriers, and ways to strengthen going forward. The evaluation began with collaboratively building what's called a program logic model with the staff and the steering committee. And again, this is a very detailed visual, but I'm sharing this to illustrate the investment of time and effort that was made by the staff and team in this collaborative task. And it was the first time that this service had paused and actually described the key inputs, the key activities, and the key outcomes in this formal, articulated way. And so from here, we were then able to design the data collection tools and the methods for the evaluation we conducted. The qualitative data was collected through 3 methods across 3 groups. The consumers, both past and present, the program staff and management, and the steering committee and external stakeholders. The key informants were accessed via phone, and the key informant interviews were completed by all 3 groups. There were online surveys with staff and management, and then we actually met with current clients and completed 2 face-to-face focus groups to ensure that their insights were collected, and all consumers were reimbursed for their time. So what did we find? I'm going to need my glasses for this. So our first evaluation question was, what are the key elements for program success? There were 3 themes that we found that essential for success was committed, consistent on-site program staff, effective partnerships, and a flexible model of care. So in terms of the program staff, the themes also elicited insights that a non-clinical staff was great, but it needed to be well integrated with the local health district clinical treatment team, that they needed to be trusted by consumers and skilled at establishing and maintaining genuine rapport, and supported by senior leadership. A lot of similar themes to Katie's piece this morning about what makes good care in any setting. In terms of effective partnerships, the partnering successfully with the clinical treatment team to maximise synergies, including integrated reporting to the tribunal, was key to success, as was partnering with the tribunal itself and community services to build relationships to support the community-based activities of the consumers. And a flexible model of care that was informed by recovery-orientated practice, was trauma-informed, strength-paced and purpose-driven, and provided both practical support and off-site community-based activities for consumers. Again, some really consistent themes across other speakers' presentations today. And just to read that quote to you, the current staff are hugely important to the program's success. They deal with very sensitive issues, and the treatment team have learned that everything doesn't have a clinical answer, and this program can offer the social support needed in addition to our clinical care. And just some quotes from current clients in this context as well. The program helps break the ice, helps us to adapt and not be so scared of the outside. If we had to go out on our own, we would be so nervous. I got introduced to people, and so now I can go places. They helped me get my birth certificate and photo ID, and now I can get a bank account for those practical things. And they help me see my family. They set you up for success. Qualitative data that helped us answer the question, what are the key impacts of the program, landed in these 4 themes. Consumer progress in social skills and well-being was a key impact. Impactful tribunal reporting, reduced pressure on the clinical treatment team, and reduced length of stay and potential savings to the system. So I'll just call out one quote there from impactful tribunal reporting. One Door staff were able to report to the tribunal on information that would otherwise not have been captured due to the limited time and resources available to the treatment team. And just to pull out the social skills and wellbeing findings, we found that consumers were able to both enjoy and achieve their assigned leave. They had increased confidence, engagement, and empowerment, and they had the ability to self-advocate, as well as a number of other opportunities, including vocational training through local TAFE. And another few quotes, one from a senior clinician. A consumer did not have a visa and could not speak English, but since contact with One Door FRP, he is accessing English classes, has opportunities to engage in the community in the Australian setting, and this would not have been an option without the program. And then this other consumer comment, which I find very powerful, which is, if it's been 10 years since you were out, you need to help function again and look after yourself. They taught me how to use a laptop and a mobile phone and how to follow the map on the train. So what did we find in the data around barriers to success and opportunities to strengthen the program? Barriers included stigma and distrust amongst some of the external stakeholders. One of the other barriers was location. While Morisset Hospital and the town of Morisset are very beautiful locations, it was identified that there was some limited scope and spaces for consumer activities in the local area. And there's also some limitations due to the capacity of the program. So there's a maximum of 10 to 12 people able to be in the program actively at any one time, and that can limit people's opportunity to take advantage of the program. After approximately about 6 months, people need to exit the program to make space for others. In terms of recommendations that were made, it was part of the evaluation was a recommendation to New South Wales Health for consideration of ongoing funding, and also potential expansion to other medium security units was recommended, with an acknowledgement that these would need to be co-designed and bespoke for each location, and that a potential expansion of the way we evaluate these types of services should be considered, as well as addressing stakeholder stigma through appropriate psychoeducation. Staff and stakeholders noted that defining and attributing success for this program and for the consumers is always challenging due to the complexity and the multiple interactive factors that, that define success. And there were some suggestions for improving our monitoring of increased days of leave and decreased lengths of stay, as well as the cost savings from these types of programs. So, in summary, the program is a unique program in Australia and potentially internationally. The evaluation was anchored in a review of literature, which identified the elements required for reintegration programs, and the majority of these elements were identified within the current model, with some and other elements were addressed to some degree. The program delivery was supportive and empowering, with dignity, respect, and enthusiastic encouragement to consumers for their advancement. It confirmed the benefits and worth of this program and its role as a partner in the clinical treatment team at Morisset Hospital. And it really aligned well with the summary that Carolyn provided from Mental Health Australia earlier in her review of psychosocial services this morning, and the 10 key elements that she presented. So before I go to questions, if it's okay with Kathi, I just wanted to make a few points on reflection, thinking about after lunch session and the future of research, and where One Door are thinking about the research. And I'd like to suggest considering us taking the time to clearly describe interventions, services and programs being offered by One Door and across the sector is really an essential first step in communicating innovation and then impact. Tools such as those program logics and those those client journey maps really do help articulate the current innovation in the service offerings that you have, as well as setting us up to effectively and meaningfully evaluate them and sharing the learnings with the sector. And the other point I'd like to make is that while conducting research and evaluation with stigmatised members of our community can sometimes raise concerns about the capacity of people to give informed consent, it really needs to be acknowledged that mental illness does not preclude people from offering clear, valid and objective perspectives on the services that they're receiving, and that they're capable of comprehending and giving informed consent to participate in research. And we need to educate ethics committees and the broader research environment to understand that and own that point. So, any questions, or do you want me to come across? Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. We've got time for probably 2 questions. It's wonderful to have the evaluation of the forensic program. We've been strong advocates that there are other forensic hospitals here in New South Wales, I'm sure across Australia, and you know, it was just a very effective program. So there's a lovely lady, thanks. Oh, just, so there's one, no, you're right there, Kath.
No, I am,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Dawn Lewis and I'm a member of the Newcastle Mental Health Support Group. And I wanted to put flesh and blood and bones and people to your talk, which was very clinical in its analysis. But because of the location of Morisset Hospital being quite close to Newcastle, several of the people who were on the program going back to its early days actually came to the Newcastle Mental Health Support Group, came to our meetings, which were held monthly, and they came out to dinner with us after our support group meetings, and we followed through some of these people on their journeys back into reintegrating into their communities and eventually going to their homes. And it was absolutely wonderful to have been part of that program. But I was really surprised that there was no mention of Nadine Farrell, who was the who actually helped to establish as being the author of the steps to the journey for their transition into the community. And the premises that we were working in and working from at that time was called the Sunflower Centre in Mayfield. And there was very strict guidelines. The premises had to be wired to the local police station, and there was a button to push if ever there was an emergency. And everything was monitored severely, scrutinised actually, of everything that actually happened with these people. And it was a real joy to hear back about a couple of them and following through one chap who went to TAFE and was following a gardening landscaping course, and another chap who actually went back to Broken Hill where there were so few services available, but to be able to just get a little bit of feedback further down the track. Yes, they're still out at home and they're coping. Yeah. And this is what, 15 years down the track almost, I think it is. So congratulations to One Door for establishing it. As far as I know, it is a world leading thing. That was the very first place in the world where they had tried to work through the mental health issues and reintegrate patients who had been in jail or then transferred to Morisset, and some of them were there for the rest of their lives because there was nowhere else for them to go to. And we, as a group, the mental health support group, did actually go down and visit at Morisset and be part of that.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for that reflection.
Yes.
Very much so. We've just got one more question just up the back, sorry. But Allison is here for the whole day, and also she's contributing to the workshop we've got after lunch. So yes, so please make sure you talk.
Allison, greatly appreciate your presentation. It was very good. But one of the components I think we need to look at is the client's journey mapping. That would be so nice to have on every single client's file through the system. So reflective of where they started, but looking at where they are currently. It's so important if we have that mapping, it then addresses the trauma that the client might be for, and it gives the staff an idea, what's that individual story, what's that family story.
Thank you. Yes, and Gordon and Verena, who are the staff there, have provided amazing case studies and summaries of those. I didn't have time to present the two that we have clarified for presentation, but absolutely yes. And please be assured that those journeys were captured in the data collection as well. And thank you so much for those reflections. And I do know Nadine's name came up, it was before my time, but absolutely she was essential in establishing the framework. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah. Will you please give a round of applause to Allison? Right, we're going into lunch soon, but well, this is a topic I don't want to touch, but I think we've got a lot of opinions about fixing the NDIS, and I know. See, I can see the ruffle. Everyone's ready. Jen, everyone's ready. So I'm really excited to hear Professor Jennifer Smith-Merry, who's going to come and talk to us. She's the Director of the Centre for Disability Research and Policy. She's a Professor of Health and Social Policy and the Australian Research Council Laureate Fellow for the next 4 years. So it started last year. So there's no other person here to speak on this than Jen to come and talk with us. She is at the Sydney School of Health Services and the Faculty of Medicine and Health at University of Sydney. She's part of the director of the Centre for Disability Research and Policy, a multidisciplinary centre whose mission is to make life better for people with disability in Australia and our region by translating research to policy and practice. Over the last decade, her research has focused on disability and mental health policy, particularly in relation to the implementation of that four-letter acronym we know so well called the NDIS. I'm looking forward to hearing from Jen, and she very much values and works closely with people with lived experience of disability and has a strong interest in the lived experience informed policy and service design and in critical theory approaches of policy analysis. Please welcome Professor Jennifer Smith-Merry. Come on. You've got a tough gig. This crowd is going to be really aching to hear your voice. So you've got a check-in question first, though. So what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
Okay, well, it was funny that you made the comment about the bird, because actually when I grew up, I had a pet galah called Martha, who was actually a male galah. It turns out it's difficult to know.
That's good, because my daughter will think I'm not so much a freak anymore.
Well, it's
so
difficult to know the sex of your bird unless they actually lay an egg.
I know, I agree.
Yeah. But actually, when I was a kid, I used to love to do research. So I'd put together museum displays and look at things in depth. And my mum used to give me $10 to go on the bus to the State Library in Brisbane, and I would just spend the day looking at the like microfilm and things like that. So obviously I've ended up in the right place because I get to do that. But you can all see that I'm a very daggy person going right back, really.
That's fantastic. Well, we're looking forward to hearing your talk, so I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're a bit behind time, so I'll try not to add to that and keep you from your lunch, but I know that this is a topic that everyone is very passionate about. I want to also acknowledge that we're meeting today on First Nations land, and I live in the lands of the Gundungurra people and Darug people in Katoomba, and I greatly acknowledge that the knowledge that the First Nations people bring to the work that we do. Now, my interest in the NDIS started a long time ago, about 10 years ago, when I was working on Partners in Recovery here in Western Sydney and in Inner West, and I became concerned about how people would transition to the NDIS when it was such a different scheme, but that funding from Partners in Recovery was being bundled up and moved into the funding of the NDIS. I wrote a report in 2018 called Mind the Gap with a few other people, and that report was not very happily received by the NDIA. In fact, I got a 14-page public rebuttal from the NDIA regarding the report, but actually things have moved ahead in our relationship since then. They didn't really like criticism at the time, and but I have moved on to actually quite a collaborative relationship. So I have this 5-year grant, which actually only started at the beginning of the year, thankfully, due to the poor contract processes at the University of Sydney. So I still have almost 5 years of this grant to go. We're focusing on, it's an Australian government funded project, and it gives us a big team to work on this topic. So a big team of postdoctoral researchers. We have a special interest topic actually on forensic, the operation of the NDIS in forensic settings, which I'll obviously talk about. But right now I want to talk about the NDIS, look at what it's meant to do, look at what it's doing for people with psychosocial, and what the review in particular is telling us should happen, and what the challenges are around that. I'm not going to talk through this, but the NDIS is meant to, it has these fundamental principles that it's meant to provide. It's meant to support independence, social and economic participation of people with disability. It's meant to allow people to exercise choice and control in their lives. It's meant to be nationally consistent, because until the NDIS, there was very different systems operating across the country, and it's meant to provide high quality and innovative supports. These are all written into the NDIS Act, which underpins the scheme. So it was first introduced in 2013 and rolled out. For those of you who don't know, and it sounds like most of you do, it provides personal budgets to people that are eligible in a limited range of areas. So it's under the Act, it can only provide support in limited range of the areas. And that was one of the concerns we had about the transition of Partners in Recovery clients into the NDIS, because we looked at the supports that they were getting under that scheme. We could already tell that about half of those were not going to be fundable under the NDIS. They talk about severe and persistent mental illness using this language of psychosocial disability, which was put to work in order to ensure that people with mental illness could receive the NDIS. There's over 600,000 participants, and compared to 4.4 million people with disability in Australia, including 2.4 under 65. So it's obviously for people, it doesn't provide supports with everyone with mental illness, with disability, but about 9% of the scheme are people with psychosocial disability. But of that amount, it's only ever going to be around 10% of people with severe and persistent mental illness that are even getting into the scheme in the first place. And yeah, it's also importantly not for people over the age of 65, and that's a significant issue as well. In terms of people with psychosocial disability, they're quite different to the rest of the people on the scheme. So it's a very separate group, and that in a way is one of the reasons why it doesn't work very well for people with psychosocial disability, and that's because it hasn't been envisaged as a scheme for this group from the start, and really it works in a bit of a different way. So here's so there's around 64,000 people with psychosocial disability. It's about almost 10% of the scheme, but you can see that it's a very different cohort. So most of the scheme are people under the age of 18, but almost everyone with psychosocial disability comes into the scheme later in life. In fact, like quite late compared to most people, so around in their late 30s, early 40s. And what that tells us is that that's a group of people who are not, so they're being diagnosed quite early in their adulthood, but they're going through a period of eventually needing the NDIS when they're in their late 30s. So they're receiving supports or family supports or community supports until people get to a stage where they can't generally, where they need the NDIS. For people with psychosocial disability, there is a much reduced accessibility to the scheme in terms of eligibility decisions. So around about 38% of people who apply with a primary psychosocial disability are able to access the scheme, compared to 76% of everyone else. Part of that is a reason for that is that there are access lists that exist that mean that particular types of disability, there's if you meet the threshold for that, you get in because it's named on an access list. There are no psychosocial disabilities that are named on the access list, which automatically makes it much harder to enter the scheme when it's already a hard scheme to enter. There's an average plan budget of about 78,000. Now that's average. There's much higher budgets, particularly for people who are in supported independent living, where the average budget is almost 400,000 per annum. So something that I try and focus on is that access to the NDIS is meant to be equitable. So you're meant to get, it's not equitable, it's meant to be that it allows you to have an included life on equal basis with other Australians. And that's one of the ways that Australia actually fulfills its international obligations under the Convention of the Rights of People with Disability. Rights are meant to be equitable under that Act. Some people with disabilities shouldn't have more rights than other people. Yet, in terms of psychosocial disability, we are seeing that people with psychosocial disability have less access to this resource than others. It's not delivering equity across the scheme, but it's definitely not delivering equity across the group of people with psychosocial disability. And that's because if you get in the scheme, you get lots more than people who don't get in the scheme. So it's inequitable on that basis. It's also, Bruce Bonahady, who was the first chairperson of the NDIS and led the review, talked about it obviously being the only boat in the ocean. We've heard that before. The problem with that is that people are desperate to stay on it, desperate to get what they need out of it, and people are desperate to get on it. And that's because there's nothing else out there that is going to provide those supports. There are some key issues that are happening in the background. One of them is around cost. The Australian Financial Review has been pushing a costs narrative that has been picked up in federal parliament, and it is all about the costs of the scheme. So it is a costly scheme. And when you think about it in terms of other government expenditure, we're spending, last year we spent about $36.7 billion on the NDIS. It's meant to grow over the next few years. Next year, it will eclipse the federal defence budget and the Medicare budget. It is seen as a very big spend for the government. And it's easy to make headlines about the NDIS, and that puts it under threat. It is going to be a political object in the future. It's a political object now, but it is going to be even more so. There's an increasing planned budget. So increasing amounts of money are going into individual budgets, and that's causing concern about how those budgets can be reduced. But there's also a failure to justify costs. We're not doing a very good job at selling the NDIS. we're not doing a very good job of showing the difference that it makes to people's lives. If we want to keep the NDIS, we have to show not just its problems, but its successes. We need to talk about the difference that it makes, and we need to provide evidence for that difference. And we don't have that evidence. We don't have it. It's very, very hard to point to cost effectiveness for the scheme. When it was originally mooted, it was seen as cost effective because it would provide carers with the ability to work. It will provide people with disability with the ability to work and to be part of community. It was seen as cost effective because it would stimulate the economy in other ways in terms of new services being provided. It might be doing that. We don't know. We don't know. We're not collecting that information. So cost must be balanced with effectiveness. We don't have very good data. In fact, the data that we have, which is very limited, that the NDIS collects itself, shows that it actually it's not showing good effectiveness for people with psychosocial disability in and of itself, but also compared to other groups. So for example, the social and community engagement rate is around 30% for people with psychosocial disability, around 41% for all other participants, with an average rate of improvement of 4% from first assessment. In comparison for all other participants, an increase in 11%. So people's social and participation in psychosocial, for the psychosocial group is not increasing in line with others. The employment rate is not increasing at all. The employment rate for people with psychosocial disability, and that's any employment, could be like an hour a week or a fortnight, is only at 11% compared to 22% for others. It has not risen at all. A comparison group is intellectual disability, where there's a 27% employment rate, very, very slight increase. So there's not a lot of increase across the board. In terms of schemes satisfaction, it's lower satisfaction for people with psychosocial disability. We also have really limited understanding of why people are choosing the supports they are under the scheme, what they're actually getting out of it, what they think that they're going to get out of it, and what the outcomes are based on the needs, the individual needs that they have. We don't know very much, and we're not providing good evidence for people to make decisions with about what is going to help them with their needs. There's this other public narrative is about trust. There's very poor trust in the NDIS, and that infects all of the other narratives. Obviously, I've had my own trust issues with the NDIS, and in fact, I've written a conversation piece about it, about the trust deficit in the scheme. We have a lack of trust in it, and that means that everything new that we put forward, that the NDIS put forward or the government puts forward, we look at it with a lack of trust. And that narrative has impacted the current review. So the proposed changes to the scheme, they're around early intervention for psychosocial disability, the use of psychosocial navigators, which we were talking about before, budgets. So the budget's changes are around recognising the episodic needs of people with psychosocial disability, providing practice standards so that the providers delivering psychosocial specific supports will be registered. Currently, only 11% of providers are registered, and better person-centred care between the NDIS and clinical mental health services. Early intervention is a big thing. It's a problematic term for this group of people that go on to the NDIS. What they're actually meaning is early in scheme, so that when people are getting in the scheme, are they just going on to the full NDIS, or are they actually getting supports that are going to help them get back on their feet? So actually get people supports that are going to enable them to take up supports that are going to help for their recovery before either going onto the full scheme or transitioning out of that early intervention. What do we know about it? Not very much at the moment. It's meant to be for 3 years, and it's meant to be step up and step down. I'll talk about that in a minute. And participants will be able to choose from time-limited early intervention supports that have been shown to be effective. Now, the evidence basis for those supports is really important. They have to be shown to be effective, and we as a community need to be creating evidence that's going to show us what is effective, and we need to put that evidence out there. Often we trial things, but we don't actually release the results publicly, and that's really problematic for researchers who are trying to develop a program of supports when there's no public information available about what's worked and what hasn't. And then core supports for daily activities. There'll be a list of preferred providers, so it won't be the type of open, you get to choose from anyone with an ABM type supports that we have at the moment. Now, foundational supports are really essential in this, and this is turning out to be a controversial thing. In the paper in the last couple of days, we've the state governments, and I held back from asking a question this morning, but I think my question would have been about foundational supports for psychosocial disability. So the whole ability for someone to step down from early intervention depends on there being something to step down to. So in this scheme, foundational supports are essential, and they're delivered at a state level. So it has to be the state government that takes on foundational supports. Currently, the state governments have got together and have said, slow down on the NDIS reforms. And what's that about is, well, it's the cost to the state government, but also they haven't really conceptualized what foundational supports will look like. We know that there's an idea that it should include information and capacity building programs, peer support, recovery colleges, and this is just a quote from the report, but you can take from that what it will. Non-clinical services to help with relationships, daily living skills, housing and education. It's complex. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just skip through this a bit. But I want to talk about the importance of psychosocial recovery navigator in all of this because of the importance of coordinated supports, particularly when you're thinking about coordinating early intervention with foundational supports, because that is going to be absolutely essential. It is meant to be for everyone. So it's not just for people on the NDIS, it's for people who are yet to be in the scheme. So it's meant to support people to be in the scheme, for people within the scheme and for people who don't get in the scheme. So there's been very little support for people who don't get access to the scheme. It's like, too bad, off you go, find your way in the world. It's not really, and then it's up to non-government organisations to fill that gap currently. And then for people with highly complex needs, there's meant to be another type of support that's more intensive and coordinated. But we're still, what I want to make sure that we do is we don't keep forgetting that group, those groups that we actually keep forgetting. So there's a group that there's some groups that the NDIS just doesn't work for at all, despite all of the stuff about them already not working for psychosocial disability. Remember that support should be equitable. They shouldn't be based on where you live. Yet we, time and time again, just fail to think about the group of people living in rural and remote Australia who this scheme never works for, because it's a market-based scheme and there are no markets. We need to really put them at the front of our thinking, because if it doesn't work there, then it doesn't work. People with complex needs, having First Nations and culturally responsive needs, the importance of culturally relevant supports. I think we also need to take it back to the community. This is an individualized support model, and we need to think about how a community works in with an individualized support model, because often we just focus on the individual rather than building them as part of a community as well. Now, I'm not going to talk about that. We know that recovery is conflicts with the NDIS and psychosocial disability. But I just wanted to finalize my presentation by saying that we do have an opportunity to make it better. There are huge problems with the operation of the NDIS, but we need to gather evidence for what works, and we need to work around what works rather than what doesn't work. And at the moment, our narrative very much focuses on all the problems with the scheme, and we know so many problems with the scheme on an individual basis, but the only way forward is to give evidence about what works, and talking to people with lived experience is really key to that. So I'll finish that there.
There's a lot I could say, but I'm not going to. But there's some really important things, and the big takeaway for me is I think as people in this room, people in the sector, we need to start changing the narrative, and there's a lot that we can do in that space. So I'm looking at some key people in this room to say, let's harness together. I'm opening for some questions from the floor. Oh, we've got one straight away. Oh, she's gone. No? Okay. Pandora, do you want to use your loud voice? Oh, thanks, Kirsty.
Oh, hello.
Oh, okay, sorry, Pandora. You'll have to wait.
So my question is, do you believe that the increased cost of the NDIS is due solely because there's a lack of government funded and community services? Or is it because there's a lack of understanding of what is reasonable and necessary, and providers, support coordinators, or consumers believe it's never-ending money and it will always be there?
Oh, big question.
Yeah, big question. I think that the rising costs, there's some really practical things around the payment for, like I think the public sector payment changes that have taken place that have risen, cost of living, price of consumables going up, all of those types of things. But I also think that actually it costs money to be equitable. It costs money. And I think that as a society, we've gone, oh yeah, we'll support the NDIS, we'll support people with disability, but not if they cost too much money. So we're not willing to really pay for what it takes to give people with disability an equitable life in the same way other people have. So it's tricky because it is a huge amount of money, but that's what it takes. There's some people like there's some politicians who will say we just pay as much as is needed. So that's that narrative. There's others that say, well, we need to balance it out with other types of things. So it's trying to get that narrative right. But we can't push for more and more money if we can't show that it's effective.
Pandora.
Hi, thank you. Pandora from One Door. Based on the narrative and your comments around gathering evidence, and with consideration of the episodic nature of recovery and outcomes such as disconnecting periodically from funded supports under the scheme, how then, I guess from your academic standpoint, do we gather that evidence effectively for the continuity of care and engagement, and using all of the available budgets and so forth, case by case, to ensure that we can effectively lobby and not have a federal reduction in funding in the scheme?
I think when I was talking about evidence, it was about evidence of what's effective collectively rather than on an individual level. I think we need to change. I think in the review, there's a focus on changing the way we collect evidence about individuals in order to show that there are episodic needs, and then the system reacting in a way where we don't just cut off supports because people don't need them anymore, or we take 6 months to provide supports when they do, as we were hearing this morning. So I think it's that's something that still isn't worked out, but it's good that the review acknowledges the need to be able to understand fluctuating needs and account for them. I don't know what's going to happen in reality.
One last question. I'm sorry, we have lunch and they're grumbling tummies. Are you hanging around?
Definitely.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
Great, thanks. I don't want to stand in between people and their lunch. So I'm Nicola Ballenden from Mind Australia. So a lot of organisations like One Door and like Mind have really shrunk their offering within the NDIS, which we've had to do to remain financially sustainable, because what they pay us is not, doesn't reflect the expertise that we've invested in and the workforce. And so a lot of our organisations have really vacated the space. And when we speak to the NDIA about it, they're like, oh, there's plenty more to replace you. They seem very, very agnostic about who are providing these services. We did think when the review came out that this might herald a bit of a change in kind of culture, particularly around market stewardship and understanding that you do want people who know what they're doing to be delivering these services. But so far, I guess we're not getting a really good read on that from the agency. And I just wondered, from your perspective, how seriously are they taking market stewardship, and do they want providers like us there?
I think
we're just kind of backing out, which I think is,
I think that they are taking market stewardship seriously, and I think that is seen in some of the trials around the alternative commissioning modelling that they're using in the Northern Territory, where they're looking at preferred providers for a community. So one community, you get that. I think also the early intervention framework, because it has preferred providers in there, is a nod to the importance of expertise, and the focus on registration, particularly for psychosocial providers, is also a nod to the importance of that expertise. I think it's absolutely understood within the parts of the agency that I work with, and people like Bruce Bonner-Hady, who I know quite well and have talked to as well, that for psychosocial, we absolutely need providers with the sort of hearts that come with being non-government providers in this, like for not-for-profit providers in the sector, in order to keep people with psychosocial disability engaged with services and engaged with the NDIS. So, I mean, I think that there are signs that is a focus, but I don't know. I can't speak for the agency, and things have gone awry before. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, can you give a round of applause to Jen? So we've got lunch. There's a few quick things before lunch that I want to remind you of. So on your name tags, there will be a secret number. So when you come back after lunch, we are asking you to go to a table number that's on your name tag. There is a reason for what we're doing, and it comes with the workshop. So if you could do that, and when we have people seated, we might actually just move people around. So that's just one other thing. If you have to sadly leave us now, which we don't want you to, but there's a QR code. We would appreciate your feedback. So if you can give us feedback about that. We will be back from lunch at, if you can be ready in the room at 1:10, but please go and enjoy lunch. Thank you. Well, welcome back.
For those of you that have come to Symposium after Symposium would know that Kathi Boorman is a big Eurovision fan. And every year I say to everybody, go and watch it every year. It's fantastic. I was up at 5 a.m. on Mother's Day. I know, Mariana, like, you know, go figure. But you know what it celebrates? It celebrates diversity. It celebrates inclusivity. It celebrates fun, which I'm all on about. And it's just awesome music. And it only goes for 3 minutes. So if it's a really bad music, you can just easily kind of go, But there was some really great stuff. If you haven't watched it, that one was the winner. A guy called Nemo, and he wrote a song called The Code. It was awesome. Talking of codes, we've got a QR code. This is to get everyone in the techie field. Later, after our workshop, we've got some digital geeks coming to talk to us, which I'm really excited about. But we need you to try out our QR code, Slido, get it going, and that kind of stuff. So it's on your tables. I understand, Peter, is that right? It's on your table, so there's a QR code on your table. Get out your phones. I better do that myself. Get out the phone. Do the QR code. Put your camera towards it. Go to Slido. We're all getting there. Slowly, slowly. Okay, I'm in. How have you found the day so far? So there's some smiley faces. And I think if I go to the next screen, it starts to populate, doesn't it? Is that right? All right, I'm going to the next screen. Is it coming up? I don't know. Not coming up? Does it come up live? I'm checking my Techo people with Slido. It comes up here live. It comes up in our phones, but it should be linked to our presentation. Anyway, if you're in Slido, I don't want to delay. 65% of you, I've got the big smiley face. And that's because I just played that groovy song, I'm sure. And you're all going to go watch Eurovision later. 30% the next one down, and there's none on the one below. So that's very good. We're pitching okay. So that's fantastic to see. So thank you for that. I want to say a big kudos to our Mike illustrator up the back. Can we just flick to him? This is awesome work. For the presenters, we're all getting, Allison, did you see yourself? Where are you, Allison? Can't see Allison. There's a few of us who've been comictified. I don't know if that's a word, but awesome. Isn't this shaping out to be great? It's really good. Oh, to have the skills is fantastic. It's great. Fantastic. Well, we're going to spend the next little while doing a bit of workshop. It's a great time because we've all had the food, we've had the dessert, if you had the cakes, we're going to have that lull that's going to happen. So we're eager to get your input and working on this one. I'm going to introduce Laura Hayes from Mind soon, but for first I want to kind of set the scene about this. Schizophrenia Fellowship of New South Wales in 2019 developed the Research Trust Fund. This trust fund's core purpose is to provide funding for research into improving health outcomes for people living with schizophrenia. So the next part of our program is to get our hands dirty, working together to share your insights and voices to shape the next funding round for the Research Trust Fund. We want to be able to launch this in the second part of the calendar year and announce our fund recipients at the end of the year. We are also planning, as part of the outcome from today's work, is to submit to the National Health Medical Research Centre our targeted call for research. So we're hoping to influence what they will fund in relation to mental health research from your voices, your thoughts today. So to get us thinking about the importance of research, I'm pleased to introduce you to our next speaker, who I mentioned before, Another good egg from Mind is Dr. Laura Hayes, who's a research and evaluation manager for Mind Australia. She has directed the design and implementation of outcome measures at Mind, supporting client recovery, improving service delivery, and demonstrating Mind's impact. As a result, Mind, an industry leader in utilising real-time data to measure psychosocial mental health outcomes and incorporate that knowledge into improved service design and delivery. Outcome measures have been used creating co-design principles and based on program logic for optimal program involvement and stakeholder insights. She's authored over 30 peer-reviewed articles as well as a groundbreaking report on psychosocial supports for early intervention in the NDIS. She has an extensive subject matter expertise in child and family wellbeing, the NDIS, psychosocial practice, program logic, recovery, and social inclusion. She's a member of the advisory group for the NHMRC funded QuitLink smoking cessation research and ARC funded borderline personality at the Social Phenomena Research at RMIT, an associate investigator for the NHMRC funded project with Monash University, Connecting for Better Health. Please welcome her on board. I just think had a lot of acronyms there. And so I feel like I need to, I feel that's fantastic. And it's great to hear about that. So check-in question for you, like I've asked every other speaker, what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
Well, I'm a bit related to Allison in this one because it's sewing and craft. I discovered when I was a young girl, and I still love doing macrame, jewelry making, embroidery, tapestry, whatever I can get my hands on. So very soothing and relaxing, great to do something with a concrete outcome as opposed to sort of the knowledge work, which is kind of a bit abstract sometimes.
Oh, fantastic. Well, you and Allison should get together, I think. There's a project coming. Yeah, fantastic. Well, I look forward to just setting the scene for us, and then we'll go from there.
Good afternoon and welcome back to everyone from lunch. This has been a great day so far. Congratulations to One Door on this fantastic forum, and thanks for them to having me along today. Absolute pleasure to be here, and I wonder how we're shaping up in comparison to the Cleanaway Forum next door. But today we're talking about the benefits of good research, and in this session, as Kathi said, we're really interested in hearing about your priorities, and the priorities, as Kathi said, we established today will be adopted by the One Door Research Fund. So it's a really exciting opportunity and really keen to hear what everyone's thoughts and ideas are. To introduce myself, I've been a researcher at Mind since 2019, and I came from a number of years at Melbourne University Department of Psychiatry. And I really love that, but I felt that it was a bit distant from the real world. I was just publishing papers, and I knew that practitioners and service users would never read them or possibly know anything about what was in them. I then moved to working at the Parenting Research Centre when I finished my PhD, and that was an organisation that called themselves a research intermediary. So it spent a lot of time condensing research, putting it together, translating it into practice frameworks. And I found this very exciting, and I really loved the way the research was being taken from the academy and put to good into practice. And then I moved to Mind, and as a researcher, I'm totally embedded in an organisation that uses the research, and I'm directly working with the people that we serve. And I just find this really fulfilling, and I find it a really great place to be researching. And I'll speak a bit more about some of the research projects we've got at Mind, and that'll be as food for thoughts, and perhaps some ideas might spark for people, but I'm sure that you've all come with plenty of your own ideas. To get started, I'd like to acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples that are traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and pay our respect to elders past and present. And we recognise the intergenerational impact of the history of invasion, dispossession and colonisation, and committed to the recognition, respect, inclusion and wellbeing of Australia's First Peoples. And Mind also values the the experience and contribution of people from all cultures, genders, sexualities, bodies, abilities, spiritualities, ages and backgrounds. And we're committed to inclusion for all our clients, families, carers, employees and volunteers. And we also value the expertise and leadership of people with personal lived and living experience of mental health challenges and alcohol and other drug use, and the families and carers as well. And we all work together to influence and transform the services and the systems in which we work. So I suppose I'm talking a bit about the interaction or how research relates to psychosocial practice today. And first up, I'll just put up a list of top 10 interventions, if you like, that research has shown effective psychosocial interventions. And this was taken from a literature overview that I did with Mind about effective early intervention psychosocial practices. And it's fantastic to hear about the work that Jennifer's doing around early intervention, the work that Carolyn Nikoloski has been doing to further this work, adopting this research into her presentation this morning. It's clear that effective supports can be offered across a wide range of life areas. And they're kind of like tools for recovery, for people to choose if they feel that they will support them in achieving their goals for a meaningful life. As a starting point, the interventions, I've put them in the list of, at the top is the strong evidence and at the bottom is the lowest evidence. But I think it's clear that this list is not the same as the list for consumers about what they might value or what carers might value. And for instance, if we look at family interventions, the evidence is really strong, but it's not always, families are not always keen perhaps to be engaged in family interventions, or it's really hard for a family to sit together in a room and do a family intervention together. Peer support, it's right down the bottom of the list. We know the evidence in this area is clearly increasing and strengthening, and it's certainly a key interest of many consumers at Mind. So we might completely put that a different place in the list. Supported housing, we've been talking about that this morning. Rose was talking about that this morning. And we think this is, we know our clients that live in Haven Residences, which is a supported housing program that we offer. We know that they find that really important. We have a lot of people who are keen to move into these supported housing options. But the research isn't that strong in the area. It's really hard to do, say, a randomised control trial of housing when somebody joins a trial, they might have a 50% chance of getting housing or 50% chance of getting no housing. So nobody's going to sign up a client, or no consumer is going to sign up for research where they might get a house or some housing or might not. And there was a study that they tried to run in the UK. They were hoping for about 1,000 clients or something like that to sign up for the research. They got about 10 or something like that. It was a very challenging circumstance. People just didn't want to do an RCT in something like housing. So there's a lot of, another one is cognitive remediation. Again, the evidence is quite strong, but it's just not very widely available, and a lot of people wouldn't know about it. So it's a bit of a challenge with having the evidence. The evidence can be summarised, but it's not always translating into services for people. So this is perhaps the old-fashioned system, the traditional way that we see the move from research insight to consumer impact. It's kind of like a top-down diffusion of innovation, and there's a focus on the research itself at the top. Then there's, say, knowledge synthesis, so a whole lot of studies might be summarised, put together. Knowledge distributors, that was perhaps, that was the kind of work that I did when I was at Parenting Research Centre. It's around getting information out there. Then it might finally get to practitioners and policymakers, and then finally consumers might see the results of the research. And, it's been identified that there's an average of 17 years for evidence to be diffused down and to change practice. And we just don't always see the range of supports required to meet the diversity of consumer needs. And we obviously, with this kind of system, that we miss the opportunity for co-design. So I think what I've heard today from all the amazing speakers so far is that we're moving much more to this kind of ecosystem, so that that researchers, the knowledge synthesizers, the policymakers, consumers, carers, we all working together and listening to each other. And I think it's important to have these purposeful processes for allowing the exchange between all the different players in the ecosystem. And I think clearly today is one of those opportunities. And yeah, so that's, I think, you know, work like Carolyn's work that she was talking about this morning, it's so important. It's getting really accessible summaries of knowledge out there for people. That's really important. And of course, one of the purposeful tools for researchers and consumers and carers to come together is that priority setting partnerships. And that's a formal process where consumers and researchers work together to determine key research areas. So coming together today, we're determining some of the research areas in the field of complex mental health. And as a starting point, I'll just present a few ideas about the research we do at Mind. And I think at Mind, we, because we're embedded in a practice organisation, we have a very practical bent to the kind of research that we do. So our priorities are quite different to what academic researchers might be taking up. It's really gratifying to me to see that we can share the research and evaluation findings directly with consumers and directly with practitioners. And so for us, some of the sort of the approaches that we value in research is it's going to drive innovation and service design. It strengthens evidence-based practice, provides evidence that might influence system reform, and Jennifer was talking about this today with influencing the NDIS, supports lived experience-led approaches, and examines social determinants of mental health. So I'll just talk about one project on from each area. In terms of service design, a really big project that we've signed up for and being led by Monash is Connecting for Better Health, which is about tackling loneliness and social isolation. And it's also looking at a cost-benefit analysis of different interventions. So at the end of that, we will have summarised a huge amount of evidence about what can help support people dealing with loneliness or social isolation, but we'll also have all those interventions lined up and showing which ones are really going to be cost effective. And we know up to 25% of Australians report feeling lonely. We know that people with mental ill health can be particularly vulnerable. And part of the solution is losing the stigma about being lonely and looking how we foster a society that prioritises social connection for everyone. And I'll only talk to a few projects on each page, so come and talk to me about any of these projects that you're interested in later on. I'll talk a bit about the outcome measures. We have they're very much, they've been implemented across Mind. They really impact on how we deliver practice. So we've designed and implemented them across all of Mind. There's real-time reports go to for clients, for managers, and clients are able to track their journey across their time with Mind. And it's really starting to impact practice. People are really thinking about impact, what difference are they making, demonstrating impacts and not just sort of a hunch that they are, and thinking more broadly about our evidence base. And we're also, for instance, we're going to look particularly at long-term outcomes for a group of clients that access our prevention and recovery centres, or our step up and step down services, and looking what happens for clients who have multiple stays, so that we can look at if what's happening for these clients and what particular supports or differences in practices we can do. Evidence that influences system reform. Taking up Jennifer's discussion around the NDIS and evidence and using that for influencing and advocating to the NDIS. We did an evaluation of our Haven program, which is our supported housing program. And it's social housing, it has 24/7 on-site support. And we wanted to show all stakeholders, I suppose not just the government and the NDIS, that it's effective and it's appropriate and that it's really meeting the needs of the residents and providing that safe space for recovery. And it also influenced our day-to-day practice. Practitioners and clients learn a bit more about what are the everyday improvements, how do we support clients to make those improvements in their day-to-day living. So that was, it really ticked a lot of different buckets for us. With supports that, in terms of lived experience approaches, I'll talk particularly around the lived experience PhD scholarship. That's just concluding at the moment. That was Heather McIntyre from the University of South Australia. We've worked closely with her and the University of South Australia team to support her PhD. She was looking at people with NDIS psychosocial packages who needed to attend the ED, the emergency department, and they were finding that experience obviously quite problematic. And I think in particular, there was a sort of the absurd experience for these people of going into the ED, clearly distressed, and the staff really confused about how to deal with somebody who's got an NDIS package and feeling, oh no, you shouldn't be supported here. You've got an NDIS package. You shouldn't need to be able to come here. Whereas we know that the policy is that you can access health supports where they're not available in the NDIS for you. So a single person has one part of them that they're saying, no, the NDIS can support you. And then another part of this person somehow gets assisted in the health system. But this is one person trying to get support in a crisis. And they were, it was very distressing for them. They often, I think there were, clearly some people felt worse after their attendance to the NDIS. And so Heather's done this research. It's built from her own lived experience. And so we'll be using that to advocate further to the NDIS and also support expertise in lived experience approaches to research. And finally, looking at a really important part of our research is to look at social determinants of mental health. And a big project that we did was trajectories, and that was examining the interplay between mental health and housing. And there was 5 reports. They're all on our website if you want to have a look. What was surprising is that there hadn't been a lot of really concrete research looking at the interplay of housing and mental health, certainly not in Australia. And, so it was really good that the research concluded that that insecure housing was associated with, like housing influenced mental health influenced back into housing. And so that research is obviously underpinning the work that we do with our Haven residences around long-term supported housing. So like I say, our research is very practical, and there's a huge range of other, there's of course a whole huge range of other research that's possible. And this is going to be, it's your turn now to discuss your interests. So hopefully you've had a lot of stimulus from the day to day. There's still more to come, of course. And there'll be a lot of discussion at your tables, led by a table leader from One Door. And you've got some quiet time to sort of brainstorm quietly some sort of diverse challenges. And then we're going to put those ideas together and sort of get an opinion from the table, and then we'll be voting at the end of the conclusion of the session. So I'm really excited to hear from everyone and what your research interests are.
Thanks, Laura.
Mhm.
Stay there. Laura and I are going to set the scene for you all. So in terms of if you are not sitting at a table, so there's some people who have just got a couple of people. Can you go join a table that's needing some people? So 1 to 16. We don't have any others outside of 1 to 16. Right. So you can see, I'm just checking what have we got on the, so if we turn to the next slide, what we want to do is we want you to do a bit of reflection by yourself. So on your tables, you will find post-it notes. Hoping there's enough to go around. Yep, so everybody should have some post-it notes. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting you in your bit to just spend a bit of time by yourself, a couple of minutes, silent reflection on the question that we've got posed, which are what are the challenges you face or you know people living with mental ill health are facing that you would like to see researched. What are the key research things that you would like to see actioned and why? So we're going to keep that up. I will then say after a bit of time, I want you to find a person on your table to dialogue, have a yarn for 3 minutes about the answer to your questions. And then we're going to bring it back to your table and the facilitators at the table are going to talk about what is being discussed in those pairs. And then we're going to come back together. And what your table is going to need to do, you're going to be courageous to come up with one theme per table with a question that goes with it. Not multiple, but you're going to have to get to one. So we have facilitators on your table that are going to help you go through it. So what we want you to do now is just a silent reflection, write down what are the challenges you face or you know people living with mental ill health are facing that you'd like to see researched. Yeah, the facilitators, you two then write down as well. So we should all be quiet as we're self-reflecting. Yeah. So we've got a bit of two already. Oh, no. Just one. Let's put that in. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Yeah. It's also in the middle. So you creep. Did you notice you creep? The creek on the...
No. Cycle at the front and then
David.
Yeah.
Comes over here.
Oh, I didn't put the time on. Did you get that? Give me another minute.
Right, if you've not moved on to having a discussion with a pair, so someone next to you, not a pair, have that dialogue. And then facilitators, I'll ask you for after 3 minutes, you can bring your table back to start the discussion. And then what I did last time is I just roamed. And then I would say we've got a bit of time.
We've got to about 2:30.
Yeah.
So we've got 40 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's good enough time because we've only got 10 minutes. But we can
Yeah.
over.
Yep. Okay. Question you hold up?
Ten past. So we've got to.
Yeah.
So facilitators, you've got till about 10 past to get that one question and one theme. We need to get people sitting down. Get people sitting down. It's a problem. You get yakkering. It's fantastic. Take a seat. Come and join us. Who are we looking for? Mikey. Have you seen the great... Let's see the latest drawings while people are coming in. Doesn't matter where you sit where you'd like to sit. Some wonderful drawings. I like how I've been portrayed. You got my hair, which is fantastic, and my kids will go, yay, got Ma's hair. But this is a fantastic sketch. I'm really loving it. It's fantastic. So some really good things for us to remember the day by. But we're going to get cracking because we're getting into digital. And if there is ever a place that we know we need to get our heads into, it's digital. And you would have seen from Esmeralda this morning. I'll go on later and I'll track my sloth and see if she's moved. But we know that digital is very much a part of our lives in so many ways. And so we are going to spend the next two speakers talking about it. And I want to introduce you to Dr. Sally Fitzpatrick, who's the Program Manager for Everymind. She's a Program Manager and a member of Everymind's senior leadership team, and she commenced with them in 2018 and leads the Family and Caregivers Priority Program area, as well as their research team. She's a registered, I think, clinical psychologist, I heard, and a researcher who is passionate about the prevention of mental ill health and suicide, as well as the promotion of wellbeing for all Australians. She's combined her research with clinical work since 2008, and she's published widely in peer-reviewed journals, presented her research at national and international conferences, and is an affiliate investigator on several large research projects. Sally is available to supervise PhD, Masters and Honours students in both psychology and public health disciplines, so please welcome her to the stage. I found Sally on a podcast, talking of digital. I do like my podcasts of many varieties, but there was a great podcast that was looking at digital mental health. I don't know, I can't remember what it's called. Do you remember what it's called?
No, I can't
anyway,
remember
you can Google it on Apple or wherever you get your podcasts. But it was great to hear what's happening in digital mental health across Australia. But you're going to share more than that, and I know Rheza is going to come after you. Yep. But check-in question. What childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
So there's two, and they sort of need each other. One was eating, particularly cookies, baking and eating cookies, and that has continued to adulthood, and that is winning well and truly. And the other one is playing netball, which I still do, but not enough netball to counter the cookies.
Yes. But yeah, too much netball gives us knee problems and ankle problems. So,
yes, and as I get older, this is a real
But fantastic,
issue.
you're still playing sport. But I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's been such a brilliant day. I've been inspired by the speakers we've had, so I feel very honoured to be here. What I want to do this afternoon is talk to you about family and friends or caregivers. and particularly about how we prevent mental health concerns and suicidal distress with caregivers or family and friends in that role, and talk to you about our Minds Together program, which is an online program particularly for that group. But let me begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands of which we meet and pay my respects to elders past, present, and those emerging leaders, and also acknowledge those in the room with a lived and a living experience of mental health concerns and suicidal distress, and the family and friends who support them. So for those of you who don't know Everymind, and some of you may have heard of us, some of you may not, we are a national institute based out of Newcastle, and we are focused on developing and evaluating and then implementing programs that prevent mental health concerns and suicidal distress. So we're not a clinical service, we're much more focused upstream, and we're really interested in being able to work with governments, organisations, communities and individuals to empower them to be able to create change and reduce the negative impact of mental health concerns and suicidal distress. And one of the priority program areas that we have at Everymind is focused on families and caregivers. And particularly we want to be able to transform the supports available to families and caregivers. And as part of that work, we developed our Minds Together program, which is a suite of online programs that focus specifically for family and friends. That's the group that we're focused on. And what we aim to do is provide information, resources and skills for those family and friends to support the person in their life that may be experiencing mental health concerns or suicidal distress, but also to be able to support themselves. Now, I know that I'm talking to a really learned audience here, an audience that's really familiar with the information on the scene, on the slide, but let's just set the scene. We know that we have an ongoing concern with mental health concerns in this country. Our prevalence rates are way too high. We know that 3,000 Australians, more than 3,000 Australians die by suicide every year, and an estimated 65,000 Australians will attempt suicide in any year. But despite those statistics, we know that many people will not seek formal support. They'll find it difficult to access support even if they want it, and for a good chunk of our community, they're not interested in the formal system at all. So what that means is that outside of the formal system, or even inside it, most of the informal support that is provided to people comes from family and friends. And you guys know this, you do this. When I talk about family and friends, I'm talking about all of us. I'm talking about mums and dads, daughters and sons, aunts, uncles, relatives, neighbours, colleagues, mates down at the pub. Family and friends are all of us. And I love this quote from Rosalind Carter, former First Lady of the United States. She famously once said, there are only 4 kinds of people in this world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. And I love this quote because I find myself easily in this, and I think each one of us probably does. So the focus I want to do, or focus on today, very much is around family and friends. I don't want to minimise the importance of us needing to be able to support those who are in distress, but I do think we can get better outcomes for those in distress if we also resource the family and friends around them. We've spent a lot of time at Everymind talking to family and friends, and there's some key themes that they keep telling us which really inform the programs that we've developed. And the first one is about language and labels. We have really heard very clearly the message that family and friends don't like the term carer, which is a problem in our service system because all of the information, all of the resourcing, all of the payments use the term carer. If you don't see yourself in that label, why would you be accessing services that are meant to be able to support you? And while there are some people that tell us they want to be recognised as carers, others say that the label doesn't fit them. They don't recognise themselves in that at all. And for some others, they say that labelling the label of caregiver actually disempowers the person they support. They don't want to be seen in that relationship, that role in that relationship with that person. Family and friends also talk a lot about their individual experiences to us and the very different journeys that they have been on. And those different journeys really are dependent on a lot of different things. And these are going to resonate with you. And they're the sorts of things we try and capture in our program. It depends on the relationship they have with the person they support. It depends on whether providing support is new to them or whether they've been doing it for quite a long period of time. Their needs and the information they want looks different in those circumstances. It depends on the severity of the distress the person in their life is currently experiencing. It depends on their own mental health and well-being, and the list goes on and on. But despite all of these differences, despite caregivers' journeys, family and friends' journeys looking quite different, what they do tell us is they want access to information and resources to help them in their support role. And they want these resources to be easy to find and to be available at a time and a place that suits them, not necessarily having to scroll the internet to try and find something that's suitable. And finally, they want connection to others. They want to find their tribe. They want to know that they can talk to people who understand what it's like to support someone else who may be going through distress. We've heard from family and friends that they find purpose and meaning in their role. They're proud of what they do and they have a sense of satisfaction. But we've also heard very clearly that providing that support can also result in some difficulties for the caregiver themselves. They can have reduced employment opportunities, greater financial stress, greater social isolation, higher levels of their own anxiety and depressive symptoms, lower well-being, and even an increase in their own suicidal distress. That's not a blame in terms of the caregiving role. That's an outcome of how difficult this can be in the absence of other supports being there for them. So at Everymind, we think that unless we support family and friends in their role, what we end up with is a vicious circle where the person providing support ends up in a level of distress that requires support, and they're then unable to provide support to the person that they want to be able to do that for. So this vicious circle needs to start to change. And I don't think I'm talking to anyone who won't agree with that. But I'm not going to always do the talking here. What I want to do is show you 2 videos from our programs today. We've got a range of videos that we embed into our programs, and I want to give our family and friends a chance to be able to do some of the talking. So this is the first of 2 I'm going to show you. You may recognise the people from these videos, you may not, but if you do, I ask you to be gentle and kind in your response to them. These videos were made a couple of years ago, and I know that they cringe every time I show them. We do have consent to be able to show the videos, and I think their voices work much better than mine.
The impact on me is difficult at times. I do take things home with me sometimes, and I know that it affects my family. It affects the way that I do life with my kids, my partner, my parents, and sometimes it affects the way I do life with my brother, because I become frustrated too by things not being able to move forward. So it affects everybody. I find myself needing to have some time out. I need breathing space. I need to be able to tap into strategies that I find helpful for my own self-care. And caring for him does affect me, but I do it because I love him. I would do it anyway.
I found myself, starting to have like low mood and feel like, there was a weight starting to gain on my shoulders. But I also knew that that I had to stay motivated to look after the girls. And I've had one saying that I've always kept very close to my heart that I said from the very beginning. And that was that it didn't matter what would happen to me or in our life, but I had one main aim, and that one main aim was to make sure that I did everything possible to make sure that my girls were okay mentally and emotionally, because I found that to be most important. And I just wanted them to be able to have a great life. But I found that it was really important that I was able to maintain my health through that.
Aren't they lovely? These are the sorts of videos that we've embedded into our programs so that family and friends get a sense that they're connected, we get what they're talking about, and that the program's been co-designed with other people. So in response to comments made from people like Mel and Grant and from all the other family and friends that we've spoken to, we decided to develop the Minds Together suite of programs. We went through the process of doing this by working very closely with family and friends. These weren't programs that we developed. They were co-designed with the people that we wanted to be able to use them. We talked widely with family and friends about what they wanted, what they needed, and how they wanted to receive that information. And overwhelmingly, for most family and friends, they wanted something online. We looked at what the evidence said about what good practice looks like and what currently exists. And there's not a lot of online programs out there for family and friends, unfortunately, even internationally. And based on all of this, we develop programs for specific contexts. So what I mean by this is that family and friends often talk about a similarity of experience, but within their journeys, they also want to be able to see themselves in their specific context. So for example, one of our programs is for family and friends supporting someone who's attempted suicide. That's going to look different to other contexts. If you're supporting someone who's attempted suicide, you're probably going to be really hypervigilant about that person's behaviour, really scared about when the next attempt is, or being bereaved by suicide. So being able to contextualise that information for that group was really important to our family and friends. And finally, we built in a level of social support into our programs. And we've done that by making sure that our family and friends have access to the online forums by Sane Australia, which means they can connect with other caregivers. Our programs sit on a website, mindstogether.org.au. I encourage you to go and have a look at it. And the website provides some universal information for caregivers on topics such as stigma, communication, self-care, and the window of tolerance, which is really about finding a balance so that you feel you can cope despite stress and strain going on around you. Our programs can also be found on the website. We have 3 at the moment, 2 of which are currently available. Family and friends supporting someone who's attempted suicide, family and friends supporting the mental health of paramedics, and family and friends supporting someone with their mental health. That's the one that's not currently on the website, but it'll be available again soon. They all have a similar style and share a level of similar content, but you can see from those 3 different groups that the contextualisation is really important. Each program has information, it's got activities, it's got reflective exercises, it's got the lived experience videos, and it's got multimedia content. They're free to access, they don't cost to access, and they're available now, and they're self-paced. So family and friends can use them at a point in time when they need that information rather than trying to have to go out and find it. Family and friends tell us that they really like the programs. They find the lived experience videos particularly helpful. They find the information is useful, it's practical. They recommend the program. And we've found no adverse outcomes from people to whom we've promoted the program or who have actually engaged with the program. So for us, that's really important. We need to know that these programs are feasible. They work on different modalities, whether you're on a phone or a tablet or a laptop. They're acceptable. They have the sort of information that people want, and they're safe to use. We've also found, though, that we're getting some really good research outcomes from these sorts of programs. So in a research trial, we ask participants to fill out a questionnaire before they do the program and after. And what we've found is that for those who do the program, they report feeling like they feel more socially supported. Their scores on quality of life go up. Their belief in their ability to cope when experiencing stress increases. And they report that they don't feel as much strain as before they did the program. So we're going to keep on doing research to ensure our programs have the impact we want, but they're really nice starting points. And here are some quotes just to show you the sorts of things that people are saying. This is for family and friends who supported someone who's attempted suicide. It helped me to think more about my mental health and break down some of the taboo about asking for help or stepping back sometimes. Family and friends tell us they don't know what to say when it comes to suicide. They're really scared of saying the wrong thing. It's given me more insight and confidence in how to communicate and also make sure I try and look after myself. And it truly helped me identify themes and crisis points and gave me strategies. Within our paramedics program, having discussions about these traumatic events is very difficult. We need to be able to recognise the signs that he isn't coping or needs to talk. Learning to set my own boundaries is good, but it's hard. Participating in the program is not an answer unto itself. It's a part of a journey. And we're only at the very beginning of this journey for ourselves, for our Minds Together programs. We're going to keep extending our content to specific contexts and populations and develop this content with family and friends. We're really interested to build peer support into the programs, specifically for family and friends. How great would it be for a caregiver to be able to be linked up to a peer caregiver? We want to embed the programs into the service system. One of the challenges we have is that we could promote these programs till the cows come home, but if family and friends don't know they're there, they're not going to access them. What we want is for family and friends to be recognised within the service system as being there, as being part of the response that needs to occur, and to have their own access to supports. But I'm going to finish, because I know I'm running out of time, again with our caregivers and the one piece of advice that they would give other caregivers.
Well, number one piece of advice I'd give to a caregiver, especially in the presence of the danger of suicide ideation, would be look after yourself so you can look after the person that you care for.
There's always going to be help around for you guys too, whether it be asking a health professional, ringing up services, talking to your friends, because there's going to be at least one person that knows something to help you. We just need to reach out.
The first advice is get to know yourself, because the uncertainty that you face when you deal with having to take care of somebody that's got massive fluctuations emotionally, you need to know who you are. It's about being there for somebody else, but not taking over, and allowing them space to live, teaching them about choice, making plans for the future, but also plans for safety.
Living in the moment can create a good future because you're not so focused on something that's not there yet. It's not thinking about what you need to focus on in the future. So that would be the biggest thing I learned from her.
You have to remember to be kind to yourself, to look after yourself, and to at times put yourself first. It's okay to do things for you and take time to do things that make our soul happy and that re-energize us and refill our tank. And sometimes it's okay to step back from that sense of responsibility and obligation to do just that, because you need to and will have the strength for the people that you're supporting.
You're not a rescuer. You're an assistant, a resource, a steadying influence. Don't be the person that rushes into the quicksand to get somebody out of quicksand. Recognise that it's quicksand. Get the tools, the resources to the person in the quicksand and get them out.
We have to be like a lighthouse. Stay where you are, stay strong, give out the light, give out the care, but don't do it to such an extent that you put yourself in danger. Look after yourself and keep on going, and then you'll do the rest of the job of caregiving better.
One of the biggest things is also to allow that person to care back, because that's what life and love is about. I'm not the big savior. I'm just human.
I couldn't have written that. These were spontaneous responses to questions that we asked, and they say it better than any of us could ever say. I want to finish by acknowledging the family and friends who've helped us create these programs, to our funders who have allowed these programs to be developed, and to the sector experts who have contributed to them. We're really excited to be able to get these programs out there for family and friends and keep developing them. So thank you.
Now, Sally, I'm going to do something a little bit different because we've got Rheza Tan coming to speak on digital as well. So I'm going to get both of you up after Rheza's spoken, so we can. So Leslie and others, just write the question down, and then we'll do that so that we can have you both on screen to be able to talk about it. So thanks, Sally. I want to introduce to you an old colleague of mine. We've known each other for quite a while now. I know Rheza, it's been quite a while that we've, he's the clinical director of the MindSpot Clinic, and he heads up a team of more than 30 therapists at the MindSpot Clinic who provide telephone and online assessment and treatment services for Australian adults experiencing symptoms of anxiety and depression. He's a senior psychologist and an experienced leader. He's a good guy, one of those good guys you want in your life. In mental health. He has worked across a broad range of health services and understands the complexities people face when seeking help. He has a keen professional interest in improving people's access to evidence-based mental health services, developing the clinical workforce and finding innovative ways to provide information and treatment for the community. Please welcome Rheza to the stage. I was trying to remember what would be the date that you and I met. What would that be? I don't know.
Oh, 2000. Oh, I don't know the date.
I don't know. It was
It's
a
around
long time years ago. So I was managing at Blacktown, an early access team, so a young people's mental health team. Rheza was a psychologist on that team. We then went and worked together in Northern Sydney Local Health District. You were the Headspace Services Manager there for Brookvale and Chatswood. And then you went on to work at MindSpot. So it's encouraging that you're here, and I really thank you for being here. So your check-in question, your childhood hobby or interest that you discovered then that you still enjoy today?
I feel embarrassed, but it's video games.
Oh, that's not embarrassing.
Well, it was embarrassing, but back then people made fun of me because I was an early adopter. So we, as a child, I started with playing Game & Watch. I don't know if any of you. Yeah, those handheld.
I had. Is that Donkey Kong Jr.?
Yes.
Yeah, I had Donkey Kong Jr. If they were still around, I'd be going out and I was looking for them in Japan. I was going, I'd buy it.
They're now vintage collectibles. Very expensive.
See, I should have held it all those years ago. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I still enjoy gaming, although the family complains when I play too much, so I try not to do it.
So are you a Nintendo person or are you a Sony person?
Ooh, Nintendo.
Nintendo. Okay. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, thank you to Kathi and One Door Men's Health for having me here. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Dart people. I pay my respects to elders past and present and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present here today. I also acknowledge the strength and the resilience of everyone here with a lived experience, their families and loved ones as well. I'm going to start with a question. What comes to mind when we think about how psychological treatment is delivered? I know a common image that we might have is two people sitting in a room on chairs across each other and talking. As a psychologist, this was how I was trained in clinical training programs, and this is mostly how I delivered support through my work. About 7 years ago, when I joined MindSpot, I started to learn about how technology can be used to deliver mental health support in ways that I've never thought about. I learned that with technology, there are many ways that people can receive psychological support, and there are many ways as well that mental health professional can help people. So today I want to share about the work of MindSpot, a national digital psychology service. So MindSpot is, can I just move here? So MindSpot is a national service. We're funded by the Australian Federal Department of Health. And MindSpot is comprised of 2 digital online mental health clinics, and we serve about 30,000 people every year. So the MindSpot Clinic it accepts self-referrals from across Australia, and MindSpot GP is funded by Western Australia PHNs, and so we accept referrals from GPs and health professionals across Western Australia, and we provide more intensive follow-up support to referred consumers. So we've been around for quite a while. So we switched on the servers and opened up the telephone lines in 2012. And back then, although we were a digital service, we were still writing on paper files and using very ancient technology. But since then, we've developed and we've utilized quite a sophisticated software to deliver our services. So MindSpot exists to reduce barriers to mental health services by using technology. We use telephone and online and digital means. We help people with high prevalence conditions, anxiety, depression. But our service also has a focus of helping people who experience chronic health and chronic health conditions. Our model is we provide psychological assessment and treatments and also connections with local services. So we combine both online automated services with therapist-guided services. And we are led by MQ Health Service, which is part of Macquarie University Health Services. And we have offices currently in Sydney and in Perth. So I hope you can see this is the journey of people accessing MindSpot. So at the very top, everyone starts on the website where we have information, resources. We have symptom quizzes that help people think about their well-being and videos and downloadable resources. And the website is the gateway to our online screening assessment. So people can go on to create an account and log in and create an answer like an online screening questionnaire. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes to complete. It's quite comprehensive. And at the end of it, we provide general results and recommendations in an online dashboard for people. We give suggestions on how people can follow up on their results, think about what support they need, and encourage them to seek help. And then after that, people have the option to have a telephone assessment call with one of our trained mental health therapists. And from that telephone assessment, we provide a variety of different online treatment courses. Or if people don't want treatment, we can provide tailored recommendations to access more local services or how to self-manage symptoms. I'll talk through the different service components after this. This is an example of our website. Feel free to visit our page and browse around and navigate, and where you can see what we do. With the MindSpot assessment, so our online assessment is confidential. I think we're one of the few services that will allow people to access our services anonymously. So people can use their initials. People don't have to provide as much information as traditional mental health services. So it's quite confidential. And this helps to provide access to those people who may really worry about fronting up to their GP or psychologist. So as I mentioned, the online questionnaire is comprehensive. We have symptom questions. We have questions on psychosocial stresses and difficulties, and a whole lot of different things, including we also assess for risk in the questionnaire. So the questionnaire, the purpose of it is to help people understand their symptoms, to reflect on what might be going on for them and what help might be suitable for them. And so after completing the online screening assessment, I think in the old days, we used to have to call people and give them feedback. And we were missing a lot of people that way, and because people don't always pick up their phone, right? But nowadays, we've improved on our technology. So as soon as you click finish, There's a dashboard. It summarizes your scores. It gives you prompts on how to seek immediate help if people are feeling, at risk. And there are just some also general recommendations. And you can download your assessment result in a simple two-page format. You can print them out, you can read it, you can hand it out to your GP. So the response is very quick. So on the dashboard, people can also schedule a call with one of our MindSpot therapists. So you just click, and it's a bit like Hotdoc, where you can see available appointments, and then it goes into the therapist's calendar, and people can discuss their assessment result. Now, we really encourage people to do this because obviously, a questionnaire will never capture the full extent of people's difficulty, but our skilled therapists can have a more thorough chat with someone and really drill down and make specific recommendations. And this is also how we help people enroll into our online treatment course. So that's an example of what our assessment result is. So we have a team of user experience professionals as well, who creates these really nice designs that are accessible. Yeah. Okay. So after that assessment, if people speak to our therapists, we offer a variety of different treatment courses. So all of our treatment courses are evidence-based. They have each one have gone through research and randomized control trials at our research clinic. And once we are confident that the evidence is strong, it works, people are satisfied, then we roll it out to our clinic, offer it to the public. So we have the well-being course suites, which is a treatment course focusing on symptoms of depression and anxiety. As you can see, the well-being course is we provide different courses for people in different age group. The well-being course is for adults aged 26 to 65. The well-being plus is for people aged 60 plus. The mood mechanics for younger adults aged 18 to 25. We have an Indigenous well-being course for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who would like to do a course, which we have co-designed and culturally validated many years ago. We also have disorder-specific course, people suffering from chronic pain, a course to treat obsessive-compulsive disorder, a course to treat PTSD, and the new one is the chronic conditions course. And later this year, we'll launch a few more courses to help with sleep difficulties. So a treatment course usually covers, it teaches people core psychological skills based on cognitive behavioral therapy. So for each course, there are 5 online skills-based lessons. People do it over 8 weeks. In each course, there are assignments and practice tasks. So we really emphasize the importance of practicing the skills we learn. There are also case stories, which is a vignette of experiences of past participants, and people have provided really good feedback on this, because although in a digital service, obviously they're not in front of a therapist and they're not in front of other people as well, but the case stories sort of normalizes and validates and bring people close to other people's experience of depression and anxiety. When people are in treatment, there is also an option to speak to one of our therapists. So I think when we started, we just called everyone and found that some people do not want to speak to a therapist, but some people would like to learn how to overcome their depression and anxiety. So we give people choice. They can independently go through the lessons without any support. They can send a private message to their therapist and they get the same therapist for the 8 weeks, or they can have weekly phone calls. Throughout the course as well, we provide automated emails, reminder prompts, encouragements, and we administer regular outcome measures to check in on people's well-being and satisfaction. So that's an example of the title of each lessons. So we found that on average, when people are in treatment, on average they log in 18 to 25 times. People stay for about 22 to 30 minutes per login, a total of 6 to 12 hours in the 8 weeks. About 70% read the minimum number of lessons, and on average, people download 15 to 25 additional resources. So yeah, the therapists play an active role in treatment. So they monitor and check in on people's well-being based on the communication and also on the questionnaires, and they contact the person regularly. And if they're concerned, they will reach out as well. All of our therapists are trained and skilled. We have a multidisciplinary team of psychologists, social workers, OTs, mental health nurses, and counselors. So our team look very much like a traditional clinical service, but so that's an example of what the lessons look like. This is the most recent iteration of what the well-being course and well-being plus course look like. Yeah. So that's what you would see when you log into the treatment dashboard and what the navigation looks like. That's another example of one of the slides in the online course. The second type of treatment that we started a few years ago is teletherapy. So teletherapy is a brief telephone therapy model. So we utilize CBT, motivational interviewing, and mindfulness-based therapy. And because we realized that not many people may be able to work through an 8 weeks course, it takes a lot of commitment, but some people do still need help and they may not be able to access any other type of services locally. So we provided up to 4 30-minute sessions with a therapist, and it's pretty much over the phone. And we find that a lot of people who are going through psychosocial stressors plus experiencing anxiety or depression will benefit from this more brief approach. Now, when I joined MindSpot, I was pretty skeptical. I thought, well, therapist is nowhere near the people that they're helping. How can they connect and how can they feel supported? But I was wrong. It turns out, even though a therapist and a consumer might be thousands of kilometers apart, that it is still possible to form meaningful therapeutic connection, and the skills of the therapist is still transferable. And I just want to share a few feedback from the people who've gone through our treatment, and I'll give you a few seconds to read it. Yeah. Now, although a lot of digital mental health service might only involve an app or a self-guided course, MindSpot really focuses on delivering good care by warm and caring clinicians at the back of the technology. And I just want to share, some of the satisfied feedback that we have. Now, another commitment of MindSpot is our focus on quality and outcomes. Being digital, I think there's a lot of fear and suspicion towards digital mental health services when services started to emerge. And so services had to do a lot in evaluating and in evaluating our work and showing the evidence that the service actually work and is effective. So MindSpot is accredited under a new National Safety and Quality Digital Mental Health Standard. It's a newly released accreditation scheme last year. We also have got comprehensive clinical and technical governance. So the technical governance ensure that the technology we use is safe and can be trusted. And we also hold ourselves to account by regularly evaluating our services and publishing our work in scientific journals. So we're fortunate to have a team of researchers as well attached to MindSpot. So I'll just run through this quickly. So in the first 10 years of our operations, we provided care to more than 200,000 of Australians, and many of these people cannot otherwise have access to mental health services. Yeah. We co-design our treatment and processes with consumers. So in research, there's a strong co-design element, but in service delivery, we continue to engage and seek feedback. I've shown you the positive feedback from people. We also receive a lot of negative feedback. We pay attention to that. And we have a network of more than 1,000 consumer members in our consumer engagement network. And we have a consumer engagement manager that continues to analyze the satisfaction, and we continue to improve our services. So we have a strong focus in helping people with imminent risk of suicide, and we've helped more than 850 people in the 10 years. Our services is also highly equitable. So when we assess people across the SES decile range, it's accessed equitably by people throughout the range. And as I mentioned earlier as well, we evaluate our services with routine outcome measures in real time. Yep, just another treatment result. So on average, people experience a 50% clinical symptom reduction. The improvements are sustained. When we started measuring disability reduction, there's an average of 40% disability reduction, and satisfaction's really high. We like to aim really high. So on average, 95% who do our treatment course would recommend us to a friend. And if that figure drops lower than 95, usually my boss will start talking to me. So yeah, as a summary, so MindSpot, in our almost 14 years of operation, we've demonstrated how an online mental health service can improve access for people who would not or could not otherwise access care. We can deliver clinically sound and cost-effective service option. We can also serve as a step up or step down in an integrated ecosystem. Yeah, and just want to acknowledge our funders, our lead organization, and everyone who's kind of been in the journey with MindSpot to make our work possible. Thank you.
Right, we've got time for a couple of questions. So Leslie, so thank you, Rheza, that's great. And yeah, very much about how we can think through MindSpot and also through Everymind, the programs about being able to increase accessibility for people. So this is great. So Leslie, over to you. Who are you asking the question to? Sally.
Loved your presentation. I think we need to get in touch to provide this to the culturally linguistic and diverse. So trans-cultural mental health and the bilingual support workers through One Door, some of the access. And I'd also love to see this go broadly across the family and care and mental health program, especially in New South Wales, because there is a need of carers that are not reaching out until the last minute or they want to do things on their own. Yeah. But it's a brilliant idea. I'm going to give the Recovery College.
Is that a question, Leslie? Are you asking a question there?
No, just suggestions.
But I think in terms of the diversity question, it's a good one, Sally. Do you want to grab the mic?
I think it's a great question, and it's one that we're very conscious about. The challenge in this field, of course, is always that we work as a not-for-profit and you need money to be able to survive. The way that you develop programs is you start with the base, you show that they work, and then you keep building. And that's how we continue to get our funding source in, whether that's government or elsewhere. We've been able to do that now with non-specific population-orientated programs. We now need to move that. But we need to do that with those populations. We need to do that with different groups of cold communities. So very, very much aware of that. And yes, anything we can do to get it out, let's talk. Absolutely.
Thanks. Thanks, Cass. Yep.
Hi, my name is Gabby. I have a two-part question. The first question was, we're looking for the...
Could you just speak up a little bit? Yep,
Sorry,
thank you.
I'll put
There
it
you
close
go.
to my mouth.
Yep.
If this was servicing the kind of moderate to severe end of patients, or what's the...
low to moderate.
Yeah, sorry, low to moderate and then moderate to severe.
Who's the
for
question
mental
to?
health.
Is that to Rheza? Or
Yes,
to... Yep.
Rheza.
Mine's
To me? Okay. We serve, we don't have a cutoff. So although, you know, a digital mental health service is often presented as a service for mild to moderate mental health conditions, but we don't have strict eligibility criteria, and that allows us to really focus on what people's needs. So we have people with severe symptoms, and also people with, you know, with schizophrenia and bipolar are still able to engage in an online treatment course. So, but I must say, yeah, we don't treat specific conditions, and we're not a panacea as well. We don't promise that we can treat everyone with a severe mental health condition, but we don't limit ourselves by those categorizations. And we do have people with severe depression, anxiety symptoms who still benefit, even people with personality disorders, you know, although not all of them. And usually people with more severe symptoms have more clinical improvements at the end of treatment.
Okay, thank you. And then the second part was, earlier you mentioned in the slides that it was a free service, and then you also mentioned how patients could be stepped up or stepped down in their care. If they were stepped up or stepped down, is that still saying that it's funded, or when they get stepped up or stepped down, does that then, you know, move into a paid service?
I think usually when I say step up, step down, that's usually in partnership with other organizations. So we receive referrals from, for example, public mental health service of people exiting the system. We also refer to people who need more intensive treatment. Sometimes people might go through treatment and we find, well, you need more intensive clinical support, and we make that referral for people. So that's what I mean, stepping up, step down.
Fantastic. Thanks, Deb. Last one.
My question's to Rez. I noticed that you talked about feedback. You got
loud, Deb.
No, that better?
Yes, thank you.
I noticed when you were talking about feedback, you got lots of positive feedback. You also said you got lots of negative feedback. Is that around the model of care that you're providing, or is it general negative feedback? I'm wondering about that.
Well, yeah, there's a variety of things. I think what I was trying to emphasize is that we take feedback seriously, and we train our therapists to take feedback seriously. So some of the negative feedback we have received includes that the questionnaire, the online questionnaire might be too long, or it might be too impersonal. People complain that these questions don't really give a complete picture of my mental health, and we agree, and that's why we encourage people to speak to the humans so that we can get to know people a bit better. We have sometimes issues with the software, you know, difficulties logging in, so a variety of things. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Suzanne, I'm going to have to take on notice. We're just running short time, so I'd like if you could put your hands together for Rheza Tan and Sally Fitzpatrick. Thank you. So we have our final for the day, and we are leaving, you know, the best to last. So yes, that's right, high profile. So today we are finishing off our symposium with finding out what works. The feedback we get every year is we like to have people like Anthony come and speak. And so Rheza and I always debate about where do we stick, you know, people like Anthony coming up, but it's really great to round off a fantastic day with someone like Anthony coming to speak. Anthony is the acting director of the Cardiovascular Division at the George Institute for Global Health Australia. He's also the chair of the clinical epidemiology at the Imperial College of London. He specialises in cardiovascular disease prevention and scalable health interventions. He authored the 2002 World Health Report for WHO
and developed the affordable cardiovascular poly pill. He also created a cell phone-based smoking cessation program for youth, increasing quit rates by 50%, and a follow-up program for depression prevention amongst at-risk teenagers. From that bio, you might go, wow, why is Anthony up here speaking at the Schizophrenia Awareness Week Symposium? He'll be able to share a bit more about that. Anthony is also a trustee on the Research Trust Fund, so it's been wonderful to have him in the room here today to hear all your voices. And he also has, and I'll let him share his lived experience also as a carer. So I'm going to bring you up and stop talking, but I'm going to ask you the question, what childhood hobby or interest did you discover that you still enjoy today?
Thanks very much, Kathi. I will have to go with sport for that. I was brought up in the UK in a football crazy family.
Is that soccer?
Soccer.
Soccer. Sorry.
Yeah.
I am going to the Matildas next week, so I know that you're supposed to call it football. So yeah.
Yeah. So football before school, lunchtime, after school, 2 days a week at the weekend. And this was in a weather environment where you'd have to put your hands under the water to warm up, so you could take your laces off because it was so cold you couldn't get your boots off. But that's left me with a love of sport.
Do you still play today?
Other sports, my skeleton doesn't let me
anymore. Well, thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you today.
Thanks so much, Kathi. Thank you, and thanks very much, Kathi and Wandor, for the invitation to talk today. I hope I can live up to some of those expectations. It will be a little different, but before we start, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we meet on today, the Darug people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people in the room, and respect also to those with lived experience in the room. So what I'd like to do today is just give you a little bit of a different talk around what's happening in clinical trials and evaluation, not just in mental health, but in some other areas, because I think that is relevant to some of the considerations here. And just some of the background on here. As some of you might know, there's about $1.6 billion per year handed out by the government from our taxpayer money to support health research in the country. I'm lucky. I've sat on a lot of panels for government and others in deciding what gets funded in that. And during the course of that, you get to see just how good some proposals are in many areas, what gets through and what doesn't. And you get to see what sort of breakthrough treatments there are in many conditions. There's many areas, certain cancers, psoriasis, other areas that have had extraordinary breakthroughs in the last decade. And when you've got mental health, all of these panels are multidisciplinary. So you've got to compete against grants that are doing research in those areas. And throughout all that time, I've often thought, why is there so little mental health research coming up to the panels in the first place, but also getting funded successfully? And hopefully we can work together to help change that. As Kathi mentioned, I've got a long-standing interest in trying to help out with mental health research right back from those days at WHO, when I worked with the Global Burden of Disease team, and they helped develop the common metrics that showed just how important mental health was once you started counting life years lived with disability alongside premature mortality. So I've been involved with that for a long time, but that interest got focused even more deeply once our daughter became unwell. Sorry, I thought this might happen, but anyway. So here's some pictures from my daughter. There's the cheeky one. Can you do it here? Well, she's the young one here, and our two younger twins when she was very young, as you can see, poking her tongue out. The interesting thing there, just how fascinated her brother and sister twins were in her and how relevant they were. My partner, Bernie, who's in the room today, and that's a picture of us I guess when Emily was about 11 or 12, before she became unwell with schizophrenia. And we don't have many pictures for the next 10 or 15 years because Emily was so unwell and in hospital with terrible conditions and didn't want a picture taken because she'd gained 50 kgs of weight because of antipsychotics. Fortunately, she's doing much better now because of a number of really important treatments she's benefited from. But that journey has been really key for us in thinking about how can we concretely help some of these symptoms that people like Emily suffer from. So in her particular instance, she's had these, of course, you're all familiar with these terribly debilitating fears and paranoias, and what could be done when clozapine doesn't work enough. 50 kgs of weight loss, weight gain. Luckily, she's managed to get rid of all of that with the help of these new treatments, these new GLP-1 Zempic type things. So that's been one of the great breakthroughs. And she's terribly afflicted by voices in her head that she calls chanting. There's still not good enough treatments for that. And one of the things I think we all should face is that there are actually probably treatments that do work for these. They just haven't been trialed and developed and then funded well enough. And there's probably they've been invented, but they haven't just reached scale yet. And clinical trials have a really essential part in that process. So for those of you not familiar with this, a clinical trial is research where people get one or more different treatments. It can be treatment or control or one treatment versus another. It's a very simple concept. The essence is it's a random allocation between the two treatments. And that way you can be sure that any difference is due to the treatment itself and not chance or some other bias. One of the essences about randomization is it's the right thing to do when you're uncertain, but collectively we're very bad at recognizing uncertainty. It's a very uncomfortable mind state. Patients, prescribers, doctors, they'd all like to believe that they're certain, but often we're not certain about what the best thing to do is. So it's perhaps not intuitive why it's so important to randomize, and the reasons are sort of outlined here. The thing is, the kinds of people, the kinds of physicians, patients, environments, etc., that try new things that might be breakthroughs in mental health, they're often different in so many different ways. And it's very difficult to tease out what's the benefit of that actual treatment and what's the benefit of all these other things that are going on. The other thing that's really relevant is often new treatments are given when people are at their worst or near their worst, and they tend to get better over time. Many mental health conditions wax and wane. And when someone's better after a treatment, or even when someone gets a harm after a treatment, we have a bias to attribute that change to the treatment, but sometimes it would have happened anyway. And there's lots of examples of problems that have happened in medicine when people try to evaluate things without trials. Now, I've put a few examples on the slides here, not in the mental health area, but in very different areas. And just from the cardiovascular space that I'm most familiar with. So, for example, many guidelines recommended hormone replacement therapy to prevent heart disease and stroke in menopausal women through the 70s and 80s. It was only when big trials came out showed that actually didn't work, and if anything, that was slightly harmful. So that's a cautionary tale from another area, but the reason why it's so important for mental health is a lot of decision makers who in funding bodies at the TGA, Department of Health or others, they'll be very aware of these examples. And that's why they use clinical trials as the way to filter out what really works, because they'll be aware of many, many examples in different areas where it sounded as if it should, but when the evidence came up, it proved that it didn't. And sometimes, like here, it was actually harmful. So as I said, way of doing research is really mandatory now for new drugs, which are very important in mental health. And it's increasingly, before there's large-scale spending in digital services, devices, health service implementation, etc., people are looking for randomized or similar evidence. So what are the challenges in the mental health space? Well, the big one that I've alluded to, there's just too few trials. As a community, we haven't been good enough at getting a fair chunk of that pie for funding, and the trials are too small. And that's partly because they're so expensive to run, and they're sort of detached from clinical services. There's the academic world over here and the clinical service world, and never the two shall meet. And that really does affect our ability to give the best treatments for the people we serve. As I said, it's a bit doom and gloom, but there are success stories. There are, as I said, in other therapeutic areas, there's many conditions now that were incurable 10 years ago and now are almost fully cured. And you've got to have confidence that that will happen in schizophrenia and other serious medical interest in illnesses. I think one pertinent example is weight loss. I imagine it won't be too long before people start using these treatments at the same time as you start using antipsychotics, or very soon after weight gain begins, to stop it right at the outset. And before that time, just helping people lose weight. 20–30% weight loss is quite plausible with these new interventions now, but we do need trials to check that works in mental health. This is just an overview of some of the recently registered trials in the area of schizophrenia that have been registered in the Australian Clinical Trials Registry website, just to give you an idea of the kinds of things that are being evaluated in trials. Some of them are non-comparative, but those are some of the things that are getting up. And I guess just, again, unfortunately, many are too small, and they really should be much larger to get reliable results. So one point I mentioned earlier is this kind of very unfortunate separation between research and that discipline being very academic and not pragmatic or applied, and clinical service provision. And one option to help with that, I think, is this new kind of design that we and others have been working on that might bridge that gap, if you like. So it's called a randomized access design. And so this is a kind of way of doing trials where you want to roll something out. You don't want to bother. It's not possible or appropriate to do a control group or not to treat people at all. You've just got to roll things out. Well, the fact is, when you try and roll out a service, no one starts everyone at the same time. There's always a wait, whether there's a wait individuals or a wait before you roll out in one region versus another. And so there's a way to do trials where you make use of that waiting time and you just randomly allocate how long that wait is. And that way you can generate proper, rigorous controlled trial evidence that would be meaningful to funders and planners. And I think that's an important tool that it'd be very interesting to talk to people in the room about. Here's just a figure showing the schematic for how such a trial might work with short waits versus long waits. And I think that's something we should consider. One other example of a novelty in clinical trials that I think will be increasingly important is what we're calling platform trials. And I'll give you a little bit of an explanation about what they mean in this particular example that Dan Siskind and Ern Ersker from Queensland are leading, that I think will play a large and increasing role, certainly in schizophrenia research in Australia. So The aim with platform trials is to recognize that there's many unanswered questions in any condition. And this model of doing one grant, one trial, one research network, one question is far too inefficient. And so what we should try to do is a much more efficient way of answering those questions all at one time. And I've got a graphic that will explain that shortly. So the key elements of these platform trials are a single protocol. So you write a protocol, you write the way you're going to do the research that will cut across all sorts of clinical trials, and then you change the trial accordingly. It's adaptive, and you aim to test multiple things at the same time. So rather than one in a go. And as I said, it is important to look at what's happening in other therapeutic areas. And in other therapeutic areas, this is really changing the game in terms of how we evaluate treatment. So for example, in COVID, this absolutely dominated how we worked out which vaccines worked, which new treatments worked, etc. That was all done within platform trials. One of the most famous ones actually started off in Australia, REMAP-CAP trial. And just in the first 5 or 6 years, they've answered 66 questions just in community-acquired pneumonia. So when you think about that kind of rate of solving the problem of community-acquired pneumonia compared to the progress that we're making in other areas, you can see what kind of difference it would make. And that's happening in many cancers and other chronic diseases. Dan and others have done an extensive consultation in their local setting. One of my suggestions is to go much broader. But in their local clients, they've found out their feedback was these were the main things that needed to be addressed in schizophrenia, the main domains, if you like, in that would be part of a platform trial. And this is the figure that's trying to capture what's happening in that platform trial. It's a little bit complicated, so I'll just take a little time to work your way through it. But as you can see, the trial's open to anybody with living with schizophrenia, and then they can join any one of the domains. So there's a psychosis domain that's going to test promising treatments that would help with psychosis. There's a cardiometabolic domain that will test weight loss strategies and other strategies there, social function, lifestyle, and cognition as well. And participants could join 1, 2, 3, or 4 of those at the same time once that gets going. And the idea is that's a much quicker way to get the answers to all those questions at the same time. Plus you get the chance of working out how do these things work together. This is just getting started up, but it's going to develop from an existing trial, the SWIMS trial that's testing semaglutide, one of these new weight loss agents in people with schizophrenia, and it's part of the National Mental Health Network that we're part of. As I said, the big benefit from this trials area is the cost time risk is reduced manyfold, and you can get much more answers quicker. There are some challenges, they cost more to set up, etc. And it is particularly challenging for something like schizophrenia where there's not just one outcome. So for example, community pneumonia, their primary outcome is always 30-day mortality, but schizophrenia has all sorts of different domains. But overall, the benefits are much greater than the challenges. And in the latest round for the NHMRC, about a quarter of all funds that were awarded went to platform trials. And that's an enormous change. That's far greater even than last year in terms of the amount of money awarded. So this is the team in Queensland who are developing up this platform trial. And it'd be wonderful to discuss and hear about how One Door and Mind might be able to contribute. Yes, yes, he's been a key part of that. He's had to leave the clinic, unfortunately. Wonderful, thanks so much.
Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you.
Not as far as I know. No. He's here from he's in Sydney. He's a Sydney person, David. Right? Yeah.
He works closely with Dan.
Yes.
He's like Anthony 10 years ago, perhaps.
Sorry, we got a question up the back there. Daniela.
Hello, I have a question about schizophrenia. Is sometimes schizophrenia misdiagnosed? And is there a correlation between neurodivergent comorbidities and schizophrenia, or trauma and schizophrenia?
I'm a clinician, but not a psychiatrist, and so I don't feel quite.
I think if Anthony Harris might have been in the room, we could have. But that's a big question, Daniela.
I think there's someone else who.
1980. Sorry. I was misdiagnosed having schizophrenia in 1980 in the United States because they thought at that time that any person that had a psychotic episode had schizophrenia. They did not know that any person having bipolar also can get psychotic. And only they found out when they compare notes with the UK and Canada that they have 3 times the amount of people with schizophrenia. So they realized that they were doing something wrong. So I was a victim of that. So I was medicated as having schizophrenia.
I mean, I would say, Daniela, for that question, there's a lot of research people. I think in terms of it's a very big field in that regard, but I myself can't comment on that, but big question. That's right. Well, I think also Laura Hayes from Mind might be able to give you a big scope of what's been researched out there to inform some of your thoughts. Was it Marley's or was it
me?
Both.
I guess my question is more around the trials. So is the lack of trials for medication and mental health and participant involvement due to the fear of potentially receiving a placebo or more negative symptoms or side effects that are worse than their current symptoms, or by people, not everyone, but a lot of people saying clozapine is the be all and end all, so there's really nothing else out there? Is that a possibility?
I think all of those things and more. Yeah, it's a lot helps when there's things to trial, and unfortunately there has been relatively little coming through in the mental health space. I think that's changing now. The other really key thing is collaboration. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, perhaps because it's so busy clinically, there's not that much, hasn't historically been that much collaboration. And it's really national collectives that are most successful in proposing and running trials. And I think that's changing with the Magnet Health Network and other national initiatives, but it's going to take a while to catch up.
Marley's.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, Anthony. I was wondering when we just had those domains on there, those 4 domains, and I was wondering like what the time frames like roughly are, because like obviously with the platform trials, like everything speeds up, right? I was just wondering if you could share something about those time frames that we're looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, the hope is to start initially with two domains in psychosis and cardiometabolic, and just raise funding to get the others started as quickly as possible. And certainly once they start going, and once you've got even national and international groups working together to raise funding, you get extra extra questions every few months. So for example, in REMAP CAP, they test a new treatment every couple of months. Can really get that fast. We've got a long way to go in this area, but that's the goal here.
Look, it's great to hear, because this is what the portrayal I gave when I heard about our dear Danny passing away due to cardiac heart attack on New Year's Day locally here in 2017. I'm just wondering, are you working with Professor Timothy Lambert, the Cardiometabolic Collaborative Unit at Concord?
Yes, not in research capacity, but know him clinically, and he's a fantastic clinician. Yeah.
I think I've got someone to refer to your program. I've just got to con him into it.
Any final questions? Thank you.
Oh, I'm just wondering, I'm looking at the question on the screen now. How do you currently decide what to trial?
At the moment, there's a lived experience group that's advising the Queensland group, but they're very much wanting to make it a get national input and broader input. Yeah.
Well, please give a round of applause to Anthony. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I've got for you to get through. I'll skip you through there. Have I gone the wrong way? We must be going the wrong way. Tech woman has gone bad. Might get my tech man to take over because I'm going down. Oh, here we are. All right. We've come to the end of the event. I would like to say thank you all for coming. It's been wonderful to have you here today and to contribute to not only the room about the questions for the speakers, the conversations you've had with each other, but also your input into the Research Trust Fund and also our submission to the NHMRC. I don't even know if I got that acronym right. There's so many. Mike, we've got a picture, do we? Let's have a look at a picture. How's it looking? Looks fantastic. Picture says 1,000 words. I'm really impressed. Thank you so much, Mike, for your work. And I'd also like to thank Dennis, who's been streaming for us, Adrian, who's been taking photos for us, and Aaron, who played the music in the hallway during our lunch break. So thank you very much for being here. Today wouldn't have happened without our speakers. It has been my privilege to have learnt from you all, and I thank you very much for the time that you've given up to be here today. I would also like to thank wonderful One Door staff. You've given up your day to be here. Thank you so much for all that you've done. I'd like to give special thanks to Gus, the guy at the back there. You've done a wonderful job and you've well deserved, mate. Well done. It's been great to see what we've come. Every year we pull together this and it's great that we've had such a wonderful day today. I'd also like to thank Valerie, who's also been his offsider, and to be here. Peter up the back, you've been streaming me all the messages today. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank you, our fellowship members who are here today. It's wonderful to have you. And also to Way Ahead, to my colleagues at Mind Australia, to Being Mental Health for participating today. I would just ask, before you all leave, if you haven't done it, could you give us your feedback? So as Rheza said in his own, it's important to receive the positive. It's also important to receive the constructive. And we want to improve this for next year. It's on the back of your, is it on the back of your things? Oh, on the back there.
Thank you to One Door on behalf of everyone here. You saved my life in a way, and a special
Thank you very much. And today I took notes of the speakers today and their discovery, and I wondered, as you have today discovered yours. Today we had 2 seamstress, I kind of think, I put them in there, those that could sew better than me. I can hardly sew very much. We very much had those sports people and the netballers and the football and the animal lovers that came through today, the gamer that is still there doing the gaming. It was wonderful to see that. And if I can encourage you all as you go from here to continue to discover, continue to advocate and lobby for a better mental health system, and continue to reach out to us here at One Door and Mind Australia. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day. Have a great day.